So I was listening to How Emotions Are Made by Dr. Lisa Feldman Barrett. I fell the fuck asleep, bro. Damn, I fell out. I didn't think that was gonna happen, and I slept real good too. I slept real good. Yeah. But anyway, let's get to this topic. So this, as always, is a presentation. Okay, and in this presentation, topic is slavery and divestment. Can't Slavery and divestment can't be ignored. Can't be an ignored topic. Kind of backwards. Should have been divestment and slavery. Can't be an ignored topic. But I put divestment there for a purpose. See, there's a lot of times you go into these circles and nobody wants to talk about slavery. Some people are absolutely tired of talking about slavery. And some people are tired and feel like slavery is an excuse. Like there's no excuse. There's no more slavery talk is an excuse. Well, technically, uh, in the time of slavery, we had another group of males in the patriarch who used other males at their disposal to build their businesses and to build what they have to this day. There are businesses owned by non-black males that have been here since the 1800s. Okay, it's a lot of businesses that have been here since the 1800s. I know a candle shop in New York City that has been there since the 1800s. Okay, um, there's a lot of the businesses of 400, believe it or not, have been here since the 1800s. So they had to use the leverage of other people's labor and hard work in order to have the business that they have till this day, to have the companies that they have till this day. And I guess the argument will be, well, what about all the times that, the black males had a position and they didn't build businesses and this, that, and the third? And I accept that argument. I get it. At the same time, when we get into the topic of slavery, we are getting to the psychology of the mind. And when we get into the topic of slavery, we're getting into, oh man, we're getting into dark psychology. We're getting into separatism and abuse. We're getting into the topic of the house nigga and the field nigga. A lot of people say, there's a lot of arguments that say that the field nigga actually had it worse than the house nigga. And I can agree with that. And we see the house nigga, field nigga lifestyle right now in this patriarch every single day. And these are not by way of people who are black. Um, there is also topics that must be touched upon, such as the women in slavery and the separatism of women and the separatism of women with her own children, and how that by having a certain child of a certain race, that was her key of knowing at least her child would be free. Even if she was a slave, her child would be free, and then her children's children could be free. So we have that. We have the psychology. I have a book I read years ago called 400 Years Without a Comb. Oh, that book is beautiful. I learned a lot, and it expressed how psychologically the slave masters, made black people hate their hair by how much they abused them and grabbed their hair, and how the parents begin to despise their children's hair because they didn't know how to do their hair and all these type of different things. So when we are talking in the topic of slavery, we are doing very deep shadow work. Okay, and it's a topic that can't be ignored. I did not know that in 2020 there was a slave movie called Antebellum with Janelle Monáe that mentally broke her down. She said she had to be on a slave field for 2 months, and it just broke her down having to do that in like South America somewhere to play that part. Okay, and I think I might go ahead and watch it. And I hear a lot of people who they don't want to watch slave movies. They're like, you know what? I'm so tired of the slave movie. I'm so tired of the slave narrative. And I get it. I get it because it's a horrible horror story. It's gothic. It's deep. It's hard to face. And the reality is everybody should be watching slavery movies. Everybody needs to talk about slavery. Everybody needs to talk about the history of slavery and what it does to everything right now. Now, those out there listening to me, I'm going to be accused of being called the mammy. But I'm not. I'm just an adult who is a woman of color, black woman in America, whose family comes from the Caribbean, who also still comes from slavery and mistreatment and colorism. So I ain't excused from this shit. And therefore, this is a topic that I have grown to see that needs to be talked about, regardless of whatever. Now, I'm going to go into a video that's circulating around all over here. Let's go ahead and put this banner up. It is steaming hot. Anybody that follow me on Facebook, I just put my note was just a fire and somebody who just on fire with the, you know that emoji with that person that's super hot? And then I put like a fire next to that person because god damn it, that's how hot it was in here. I had to open the back door. I had to open my back door by the kitchen. Because I was cooking too, but damn it, scorching. I was like, I need to open this back door before this alarm go off. Alright, hold on, let me find this playlist. I don't even know what the cover of this playlist is. Oh yeah, this lady. What is this? Alright, I'm going to do a screen share. Just give me a moment. Yeah, just give me a moment. I have a playlist that I created for my notes. And, okay. I'm going to just, go ahead and play this video. I'm going to talk over it. Oh, this is a comedian. Oh my goodness. Okay, I don't know. This is somebody named Yamanika. Alright, so we're gonna get into it. Alright, when we get into it, we're gonna talk about this right here. Use that moment of clarity to create a new reality. This is an ex-FBI informant of the Black Panthers. Okay.
In the summer of 1978,
Okay. Anybody who watched the Judas and the Messiah situation movie, that was about Huey P. Newton and they said his name is William O'Neill, but I think I found out his name is Bill O'Neill, who was a troubled kid. There was a troubled kid that they used to be an informant. Excuse me. To be an informant on the Black Panther. So before I get into this, I have to say something that I have been saying for some time. And it was something told to me by someone who was older than me, who's still, of course, older than me. The reason you see a lot of these celebrities adopt children is because they themselves have been adopted. This is why these people on the world stage have these archetypes and have these stories. And these stories are planted a certain type of way. Because I used to wonder, it's like, was it to protect them? Maybe their parents? And no. They don't have any parents. And this is why you have like the Britney Spears and the Justin Timberlakes and the that midget, I forgot his name, and the Lindsay Lohans and all these people who's supposed to have these parents. and you find out the parents that's stealing money from them and dogging them out, these ain't their real parents. These are literally adopted parents. And then these same people we see from children grow up into adults who can't hold a relationship, who can't adult, who break down in drug use because they really never had parental figures in the first place. When you see people in the industry who have parental, like true parental figures that we know for sure is their parental figures, their behavior is very different. So someone like Northwest, she misbehaves. She cuts the fuck up. I knew that from the moment she was born. So she's going to cut up and she's going to do things, but it's never going to be to the extreme because she still has her parents. You get what I'm saying? She still has her dad, Kanye West. She still has two parents on her ass no matter how much she misbehaves, right? You got Willow and Jade and Jada. Well, not Jade. What is his name? Jaden. Thing about Willow and Jaden is that, yeah, Jaden cuts up and he does things and he's wild and stuff like that, but it never gets too far. Do you ever notice that? It never gets too far that you're going to find Jaden doing, adult film or Playboy or Playgirl, whatever it is. Like, it never gets that far because they still have parental figures that stay on their ass. You feel me? Then on top of that, just moving forward, these people are adopted. Okay? These people are thrown away. These people don't really have any parents. And so these are the people who are perpetuating and keeping the story of, you ready? Isis, Osiris, Seth, Horus. Let me do it in order. Because the story starts with Osiris and Seth, then Isis and Horus. You don't got to believe me. I've been doing this for years now. Okay, years. Do your own research. Every story is based around that story. Wakanda is based around that story. 51st Dates is based around that story. The Notebook is based around that story. Love Jones is based around that story. I did a whole little clip on the little Love Jones thing. You can check out the occult, esoteric symbolism of that. Based around this story of the brother of Seth betraying his brother Osiris. Wakanda. The light-skinned, dark-skinned brother. And if you ever notice how the term brother is said to each other in the movies. And then you have Isis who loses her goddamn mind and memory looking for a dick. While her son Horus is getting molested by Seth, it says that in the documents that Seth molested Horus. So therefore, Horus was a latchkey kid. Horus was pretty much like a foster kid in this world. And we have a lot of Horuses, and those are the people that they target. I remember 19, 20 years old in the streets. It was people just all over trying to grab me up, make me a model, make me this, make me that. Anyway, let's go. I came across a video. It's a clip, right? And in this clip, it made me think about something. And what it made me think about is that, how many people in this world do we have that are living like this? How many people in this world are sitting around in these kind of conditions, such as those children who were put in a cage, you know what I'm saying, and left outside in a barn before somebody told. And these are black children, How many people in your industry were the children who are on soft white underbelly? How many, did that get abused and sexually abused by their own parents? How many children in this industry, it's like this one woman I'm about to show you now, who the children are literally sold as slaves, sold as slaves to religion and tribes and cults and shit. And these people in the foster care system could give a fuck. And these are your celebrities. Okay? And they will never tell. That's the part. They will never tell. They will die with that secret. Because what reason do they need to tell you for? What reason do you need to know? And this is what I'm saying about when you hear about how these people were abusing these kids, and you just be questioning like, well, where were the parents? There are no fucking parents. That's the point. There are no parents. Okay. This is a clip from Tasha K.
Can you tell me again
On what's this commercial?
Actually saves me money. Your subscription gives you access.
This is something that you have to actually go on her website to see. Go figure. Hold on, I think I could do. I forgot how to do it. You do it like this. Yeah, buddy. That's how you do it. I couldn't remember. Alright, here we go. This is Tasha K. This is just a clip, but I want y'all to just listen.
Welcome to the Wise Selling Mocha Queen. You said you were adopted by Mennonites. According to you, you were like a child slave for the Mennonites. Is that correct?
A lot of the time, yes. I was adopted by them. It's just like everybody. You'll have some nice ones, some good ones, some bad ones. Unfortunately, and what I went through, it was actually probably one of the worst.
I didn't even know that they adopt kids.
And they love to adopt black kids especially. I am wearing this dress today because this is the type of clothing they had me wear with the Mennonite. I just want to raise awareness of how they treat black adopted kids.
You said in your initial write-in that they would make the black kids be slaves. Tell me about that.
They collected checks from the government for us. They got paid, but we did a lot of their work from sun up to sundown a lot. I got called the N-word a lot of times. Basically no friends at school because all the little white girls were taught that black is bad.
Watch this full program and other exclusive content on www.
Okay, now that's something very simple. Okay, that I wanted to show, because again, I watch stuff and sometimes it's things that hit my mind. You know what I mean? Okay, hit my mind, and just look at the titles. Okay, I was trafficked. Okay, this is the this is the lifestyle of what is out here. This is where you see certain type of people who are a certain type of way. And you begin to question what's going on. This is a this, and this is a that, and this is a coon, and this is a traitor, and this and that. You can't assume that every black person was raised the same way. I think that that's the part that everybody's missing. Okay? You can't assume that every black person grew up the way that you have. You can't assume that every black person even knows what you know about growing up in black culture. And I'm saying all that to say, these are the people on the outside looking in. And I can admit, I'm a bit of one of those people. On the outside looking in. Looking at black culture, looking at everything about it. There's a lot of things I don't understand and a lot of things I will never understand. Okay? But I guess as I get older, maybe I'm coming to understand. But as I do, I sat here and I'm going to present this video to you guys here. I'm waiting for it to get real cold up in here. As soon as it hit that coldness, I'm going to close that back door. That's how I like it to get. Then I put on my blanket. Hey, high powered wig. I usually say hi, and I usually don't say hi up here, but hi. So when you have these type of people who are infiltrating for the FBI and doing things like that, you got to understand that there are people that come from what that woman just came from. They're adopted. They're abused in the adoption agency. They're abused by being adopted by people of other races. I mean, you don't have to believe me. This stuff is going to come out eventually because I'm talking about it. So I'm going to go ahead and go into this. And of course, this is copyright infringement stuff. So Article 107. So we're going to go ahead and play this video and then we're going to get into it.
I interviewed a man who worked as an informer for the FBI during the 1960s. His name is Dothard Perry, also known as Ed Riggs, also known as Bill Perry, also known as Othello. How are you?
Othello. Anybody who's into Shakespeare, going back to that Osiris Seth brother fight thing, Othello betrayed. Actually, anybody who read Othello, they actually said it should have been called Iago. Iago was Othello's best friend. He hated Othello, okay, because of the woman that Othello had. And it was an interracial relationship. He was a Moor with a white woman. And Iago, his best friend, was going behind his back from the beginning of the play and was saying he shouldn't be with her and calling him all kind of monkeys and all kind of stuff. The same thing the divestors call him, you know what I'm saying? And he was saying all that. And it's a great play. I suggest everybody, you know what I'm saying, watch that fucking play.
You paid.
It's a movie too.
The pay was always in cash. Cash, and you would sign a card.
Dothard
It would
Perry.
go
I
like
don't even believe
this. A
that's his
rendezvous
name.
or a drop-off point would be picked out either by yourself or the agent. You would meet the agent there, and usually it would be in a vehicle. You get in the vehicle, he would hand you the money. He would tell you first to count the money. He would tell you the amount while you count.
Do you ever notice that? I want y'all to just pay attention. Do you ever notice that the people who are always on the forefront are very well-spoken black people that talk like this? And he probably didn't even talk like this when he was amongst them. And there he go with that gap mouth look again.
Counted it.
Let's go.
If the amount was there, he would then bring out a card. On that card would be for the week of such and such. In other words, the week was dated. So-and-so has been paid the amount of. Then you would sign the card, and then the agent would sign the card. The reason for this is that if all of a sudden the IRS became very interested about where you were getting all this extra money from, you could always tell them to go back to the Bureau, and the Bureau would have your cards on file.
I see. Were there such things as bonuses?
Oh, yes.
What were they paid for?
Bonuses were paid for, suppose while you were meeting with, or you were at a meeting with Bobby Seals, Chula.
Money can't make somebody do this. I got family in the industry. You couldn't pay me $1 million to rat on them. You have to already have some kind of disdain and hate for that said particular group of people in order to even do something like this. That's just my perception.
The Red Army happened to come to the meeting too, which is something which would be a new development. That's bonus time.
In other words, a hot piece of information.
Hot piece, very hot piece.
Did you ever suffer pangs of conscience?
Quite a few times. Quite a few times. I still suffer pains of conscience. I suffer from the fact that a lot of people trusted me and I misused that trust. I suffer from the fact that a lot of information that I gave out was the undoing of certain groups or certain people Uh, I suffer from the fact that I'm on the run constantly. I have no real life to speak of.
You have no family life, really. You have a wife.
No, I don't have a wife. I do have a child. Uh, I can't see her that often. I have to stay away from them because once I come around, the Bureau shows up and harassment starts. I have very few close personal friends, no one to really confide in. Uh, it's
A lot of times, this is these people's lives. The people, see, it's so funny because I can understand why people get leery about people and call people infiltrators, because I get it. You know what I'm saying? In the case of this, what got to me was how guilty he felt about it. And I sit here and I watch him and I wonder, was he really guilty, or is he just saying that to have some kind of forgiveness that, like, I just don't feel like I don't feel like he cares. I feel like he more so hates the fact that he can't have his own life, but I don't think that he hates the fact of what he did. That's just what I see.
it's like being on the outside of a glass jar and everything is happening inside the jar, but you're on the outside. You can see it happening, but you can't participate.
Why have you
Actually, you're
decided to
inside of the
talk to me?
jar, looking on the
Uh,
outside.
for the simple reason, I think this information should be getting out, should be put out to the public. I think not only black people, but everyone should become aware of what your so-called law enforcement agencies do to so-called enforce the law. Because between you, myself, and the audience, I've seen more felons in law enforcement than I have in prison.
Many would say, well, look, you yourself just got through saying that the DLA was involved in criminal
Look at his eyes.
activity. What's wrong with wanting to put them in prison?
He squint his eyes too much.
How would you answer them?
I would answer him this way. First off, we have to understand why they did what they did. But I'm not even gonna go off into that psychological hoo-ha. What I'm gonna say is, when you become just as bad as the people that you go after, then there's nothing gained and a whole lot lost.
When it comes to slavery, the pastor, this is in the book To Be a Slave. The pastor was sent there to tell the slaves, this is how you be a good slave, and this is how you get into heaven. But the pastor was also there to infiltrate the slave spaces, because church is where they congregated to their freedom. This is where they had their meetings of what they were going to do and this, that, and the third and all this kind of things. So the pastor was what you call the house nigga that came out there to do exactly what he's doing. This is all psychological. This is all a program. This is all a pattern. And I think about how, again, this is going to be talkative because, like I said, I don't want copyright. Then I think about how, if anybody who's been around for a long time, OG on YouTube like me, you know what I'm talking about. How this fluctuation of males that started spewing all this hate towards black women, when it was also a time that you found everybody was on YouTube, crackheads, drug dealers, everybody was on YouTube, right? So you had even people who were speaking, the Black Power people actually came after. Okay, believe it or not, it was those we hate black women dudes, incels from the party line. I told y'all that story too, that came here first before you had the whole pro black people pulling up and the spiritual people pulling up.
Why is Amazon paying me $600 a day? Is Amazon?
You also were active in the infiltration of many cultural groups. Before we go into that step by step, how much research and study did the FBI engage in of black culture in the late 60s?
A great amount.
Give me an idea.
From the thing is, I can, they have a file on every type of magazine that blacks read. They have a file on the music, dance,
Yep.
theater,
Yep.
actors, comedians.
These are the things I discovered when I did the celebrity and occult stuff. The Running Man is a symbol, a Jewish symbol. Go look it up. That was a damn dance. That's what the symbol of the Running Man looks like. When I tell you that these people are using their rituals upon people to get their rituals done, their spiritual practices done, for whatever reason, that is what they're doing. And the infiltration part, I don't really have a full comment on it. You know what I mean? Because infiltration works on so many ways. And I even feel like those men who were spewing hate for black women, that was an infiltration. I even feel this level of women who are divested, that's an infiltration on some level, which is a whole nother topic there.
Name it, man.
And they would actually study these different...
Oh, yes, definitely.
What would they do with music?
To understand the people, you have to understand the culture. To infiltrate, you have to understand. You had a lot of so-called white liberals that were infiltrating the so-called black groups using the information that they had gathered from the studies of blacks.
You mean just to understand the behavior pattern of our people?
Oh yeah, I can, Will Heaton could name out some jams of Miles Davis that I hadn't even heard of. He could name off some books that I hadn't even read pertaining to black culture.
Do you ever see agents actually studying the music of...
Yes. I've seen them going over even video portion of cultural events.
Yeah, mic check. So understand that Caucasians have always been recording since forever, and they keep everything on record. And a lot of your musician books and your jazz books and your history books is written by him. And yeah, you got some books written by black people, but these are black scholars, or these are books thrown to the side unless you know word of mouth who these books are. So just pay attention. And I want to try to know the purpose of this is to understand that it's not that the mammies are wrong and things that they're saying, and the divestors are not wrong in what she's saying either. That's the interesting part about this whole topic. It's a deeper digging that needs to be done in order for all of this stuff to be understood. Because at the end of the day, black culture has nothing for themselves. No housing facilities, no banks. I think it's one bank owned by a black person I heard about. They don't have mega corporations pretty much. And it's a lot of other cultures that don't either. And most of those cultures are cultures that come from slavery or some kind of story of slavery. But I could be wrong about that, because I'm thinking, do Irish have mega corporations? I mean, I guess I would have to look it up, right? And then all this other stuff, and then like it's something to think about. It's something to talk about.
The understanding, like when, okay, you have an organization like Leroy Jones Black House. You remember that? Okay, Leroy Jones's place, which was done on the thing of tribalism. That's where I first heard the word Kintu, Mantu, Huntu, Hintu. These words of the African continuum. I learned that from an agent. He ran it down to me. They make in-depth studies of the personalities of the people they're dealing with too, culturally. It always helps it's the thing of you can take their culture and use it against them.
How large would you say an extensive collection on our culture would you say the FBI has?
Did y'all peep that?
Rated as large as
The FBI took everybody that he knew, pictures, made them archetypes, studied each other's personalities, weaknesses and flaws. What all these success books tell you to do, in their own type of way. Wrote it all down. Taught him, because this tells you right here, he did not come from nothing with black culture. He taught him. They taught about black culture and history. They knew more than he did. So of course he became the targeted individual.
a particular library, like the Schomburg Library in Harlem? Or
I would rate it better. And the fact is that they go into details that we probably would overlook. Will Heaton used to meet me in different places. Will Heaton, that was one of my supervising agents. There is a certain bar in the Los Angeles area where people into black cultural things met, and Will Heaton used to meet me there. And he would go into very long and tiring conversations with some very articulate brothers about culture, African culture, and Afro-American culture.
tell me about some of the cultural organizations that you infiltrated and what you did.
PASLA, Mafunde, Watts Writers Workshop, which they had.
The Watts Writers Workshop?
Yes. Watts Writers Workshop, which was one of the oldest established black writers workshop.
That place was burned down.
Yeah. The Bureau had it burned down.
How do you know that?
I know because I participated. I did the arson.
You burned down the Watts Writers?
Yes.
Why did they want it to go?
At the time, funding had been cut to the workshop, had been cut out, but it looked like there was a possibility of a grant being given back to the workshop. And if there was no theater, there would be no grant.
How did you do it?
2 cans of kerosene, Purex bottle, gasoline, and a flare, highway flare.
Why didn't you use more sophisticated stuff?
Oh no. You're never overly sophisticated. It's too obvious. This way you make it look like, maybe somebody in the neighborhood that got kicked out of the theater at one time, got mad and came and burned the damn theater up, that kind of thing.
But you were involved in this theater? I mean, didn't it get to you at all what you were?
Hey man, that got to me a great deal. I love that theater. I built the stage.
You built the stage?
Oh yeah. When I got to the workshop, the stage the original stage that had been built needed an extension on it. The original part of the stage was in terrible condition. They had no lighting system. I put the lighting system in myself. I put the stage in myself. And that was a stage, man. And that was a theater. It's a nice theater. Who was the director of that workshop? Harry Dolan.
Harry Dolan.
Oh, shit,
Great.
commercial, y'all.
The new GoDaddy Arrow has AI marketing tools to help small businesses easily reach
GoDaddy is
thousands
still
of
working.
customers. It writes.
Oh, that's so cute. The little thing is typing.
Some very, very well-known artists supported that workshop, gave money to it.
Some very well-known artists came out of the Watts Writers Workshop. You know, Glenn Tubman, Yaphet Kotto.
Now, this some deep shit. This some deep shit. Because here we have this infiltrator telling you, I helped these people be able to burn down your shit. Here we have the infiltrators telling you, I had these people to know what the fuck was going on in there and tear your shit down. So we can't deny this part of history. So even when we say stuff like, well, Wall Street and this stuff got blown up, and it is still the story of Osiris and Seth being told. This is, he just called himself Othello. Othello had Iago. That was Osiris in the story of Seth. Once again, the brothers that are fighting. We get the same story with Cain and Abel in the Bible. The same fucking story being told over and over. We hear it all the time, even with people like the Pink Pill. Didn't they say that they had dudes that had women to go infiltrate her shit? Shit, sometimes it just be the dudes infiltrate. It don't even have to be a woman. This constantly and continues to keep going on. So is it wrong to say still that the black male does not have the capacity to run a megacorp? Or he can't run a megacorp because he has that subconscious psychological fear that his shit is going to get burned down? I'm just saying, we're talking as adults here.
Sidney Poitier used to come down.
Because at the end of the day, this is one of his brothers that did this shit to him.
And then give a class.
His own brother traded him, betrayed him.
Quincy Jones used to come there and give music classes. We had our own 8-track studio setup for sound. We had our own sound room there.
Was part of your other activities and responsibilities to study the profiles of celebrities who were supportive of organizations?
Definitely, and especially, like I said, psychological backgrounds, weaknesses and strengths. Did he have a weakness for blondes? Did he have a weakness for money? Did he snort cocaine? Did he smoke marijuana? They even get into, and that's one thing the Bureau loves is their sexual background. They have files and files on different blacks, not only celebrities, but a lot of others, sexual activity.
What would they do with this information?
Oh, that's used as a weakness.
So they would feed these weaknesses?
Yes.
Ah.
Did you see that happen?
Oh, yes.
You see how he said that? And how many times they said that the Black Wall Street blew up because one of them was talking to a white woman. How many times they said Rosewood happened because he was with a white woman. I even found a documentary that's telling the truth about Emmett Till too. So then this is all psychological.
Doc Holliday, who is one of the leaders of the BGF, Black Gorilla Family, which is a prison gang in the California state prison system. Upon his release from prison, a certain sister made herself known to him at a nightclub, whereupon he moved in with her, and she picked up names, telephone
Yes.
numbers, information,
See?
that kind of thing. That lasted for a good 3.5 months.
Was this an unusual thing, or did this happen often?
No,
Cause see, like let's just use something, right? There are some things that are really private out here that you do not. Yes, they are. They are global fuckers. That's their weakness. Remember what he said. The FBI studied them, wrote things down through this man right here. We just gonna call him Othello because I don't even believe that. I don't believe that's his real name at all. I really believe this is a whole foster kid. This is a whole foster kid abused and raised by a white family and abused by the white family, but also hates black culture and can give a fuck about black culture. I've met a few of those. Trust me when I tell you. They try to blend in. It just doesn't work out. Bigo has a lot of adopted motherfuckers on there. Okay? A lot. Now, other race men stick to their own women. Yes. Now, I want to say something. Northern men are more prone to date outside of their race because they are around more culture. My grandmother, my uncle's father is an Italian musician in New York City. And from the story I got is that my grandmother never interrupted his life because he was an Italian musician. And she used to have pictures of him hanging up all kind of stuff. And when he died, she hung it on the refrigerator. Yeah, girl. Deep story, right? So, but I have also noticed that I'll see cultures within cultures date each other. Like you see Jamaican and Chinese date inside each other. You get what I'm saying? You believe it or not, Italian men actually do a date outside their race. Italians can be some niggas. I'm just saying. Tell me I'm lying about that. But I like the fact that the FBI, and I'm gonna play it in a minute, y'all. I like that the FBI was writing every fucking thing down, making people archetypes and finding their weaknesses by way of this man right here. And you know he was not the only one because they have to have somebody to watch him too.
All the time.
Did you yourself get involved in doing that?
Yes.
Give me an example.
There was a gentleman that was on trial in Los Angeles that belonged to the BLA that had been busted in a southern state for a bank robbery, but was brought with two other people to Los Angeles to stand trial for the machine gunning of a police officer in Los Angeles. I was supposed to worm my way into the affections of his sister and whatever it took to get the information that I needed as far as what kind of defense they planned to use as to turn this information over to the federal prosecution.
Did you do it?
I got the information, and thank God I didn't have to go through with the actual thing of sexual activity.
What do you mean, thank God?
The sister was rather unappealing.
How did you justify to the organizations in which you had infiltrated?
Did you hear him? The sister was rather unappealing. He wasn't attracted. He not attracted to black women. If you ask me, he probably not attracted to women like that at all. I literally just typed that.
Yourself that you were living on an $800 a week stipend or on an $800 a week standard of living when most of them were living hand to mouth.
Well, hey, brother, I'm hustling, I mean, hey, man, sell a little this on the side, a little that on the side, I get over, that kind of thing. In other words, ain't nobody's business but mine where I get the money. So, everybody took it for granted that I was possibly.
This happens a lot in the black community. I recall times of people who had incredible careers. I'm talking about 6-figure plus. And they will come around on some, they need a donation. They will come around on some trying to take more money out of people. And I would not say nothing. And I would watch this. So you have a group of people who come around inside of the black culture, because this is what something that black people have to deal with. Unfortunately, because black culture comes from slavery culture. Again, it doesn't matter if you come from the Caribbean. Black culture comes from slavery culture. Even in the London, people in the London, they come from slavery culture. And therefore, you're going to have what you call Judas and Othello. Well, excuse me, not Othello, but Judas and Seths and all this shit inside of your culture. Because you're prone to have someone who hates the culture, who's ashamed of the culture, who hates the people of that culture.
Doing a little dealing on the side, that kind of thing. Then also, everybody liked me for the simple reason that I would do things that I didn't have to do. I would go out of my way. You know, like Mafunde would have a pageant and they needed someone to do the sound setup for him, and I'd say, of course, I'll do it for you. You know, that kind of thing. I was very well liked at one time in the community.
Would you say to American citizens that this situation...
I want to rewind that part.
I was very well liked at one time in the community.
He doesn't give a shit. You see that face? You see that sly smile on his face? He's proud of himself for what the fuck he did, y'all. He is proud of himself for what the fuck he did. When I tell you this is someone who hates black culture, oh baby. And the reason why black culture don't see it is because they don't know hate. They don't know. They don't really know it. Because there's so much anger and fighting and violence in the culture already that a snake like this can come into it and nobody ever pays attention. I bet you if we sat back and he ever told the things that he did, if there's ever an interview about what he did, what he said, how he interrupted shit, I guarantee you he did a lot of shit that I know many of them do.
Would you say to American citizens that this situation of surveillance and infiltration continues to this day?
Oh, yes.
On the dimension that you experienced?
Probably much larger by now.
Larger?
Oh, yeah. Let me put it to you like this. Each year, everything gradually escalated up more and more. So I figured when I left, it didn't stop escalating. As they say, one monkey does not stop anybody's show.
He got a point there. He got a point there. Because he knows in his time, especially how violent and fucked up the culture is. That's why he was like, don't know, you know what I'm saying?
You mentioned Sammy Davis Jr., who at one time, it was reported, gave money to the Black Panther Party, I believe. Were you ever assigned to look into that?
Yes, I was told to try to get as close to Mr. Davis or to anyone in his office as I could. I used to go up and have real chit-chat, chummy conversation with his personal secretary, Ann, at the 9000 building on Sunset. And I used to bring a Portapac video camera, and I used to go around and I would videotape the whole office.
You mean celebrities would be coming into his office and you'd film them freely?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't they question that?
I'm from the Ross Riders workshop. Yeah, right on, brother. You know, that kind of thing. No questions asked.
That's
Same thing with the NAACP Image Awards. You know, they were very interested in people like Sammy Davis Jr. There was another black in Los Angeles that they were very interested in because, not Los Angeles, but in Sacramento, Nathaniel Colley, who's attorney for the NAACP. And I know Nat. And they wanted information on him, just for the simple reason that he's an attorney for the NAACP, which makes no sense to me, but must make a lot of sense to them because they use the information.
You've been called upon to testify in Washington. Before who?
Before the Senate committee. I was called first to testify before the church committee, and I did go to Washington, D.C. I did testify to those people, and I want to say right now that the committee was full of smack. They got loads and loads of information and didn't even use it, didn't release it. I had tapes that I offered to them in evidence against the Federal Bureau of Investigation with conversations of me and my supervising officers, where he's telling me to obtain certain articles for him by stealing. Don't get fingerprints on it. We can really use that. Did you take the weapons over to such and such? The church's committee told me that they couldn't use the tapes because the tapes were gotten by illegal means.
What would you say?
Pay attention to his mannerisms. This is definitely a bisexual man, if not a flaming gay man, if not a cross-dresser at night. He has a certain type of appealing look. This is the look that Farrakhan has. This is the look Malcolm X had, excuse me. That look was something about that look was this kind of mixed interracial look. You understand? And that's appealing to black culture, even the black males. Quiet as kept.
You say about the composition of the committee panel that questioned you?
I can say that for the birds too, because the same people.
The reason why is because you can have a group of dark-skinned people and brown people, but then we'll have a grandmother or a grandfather that looks like him.
I was talking about.
So it's all psychological.
Same people on the panel with the church's committee.
What do you mean?
When I came in the room to be interviewed by the so-called people from the church's committee, the representatives from the Federal Bureau of Investigation were also in the room.
FBI agents were a member of the church committee panel.
They were there with the investigators for the church's committee asking questions just like the church's committee. And see, this is another thing that I find fault with, and this is another reason why I am not going to Washington, D.C., is that, again, I have been asked to come again for the second time. I'm not going again. For the simple reason that when I went up there with the idea that there were agencies investigating the Federal Bureau of Investigation, not the Federal Bureau of Investigation investigating itself.
You're on the lam, almost. Do you have a sense that you're going to be arrested and go to prison?
Oh yeah, eventually. Eventually, when things come to a head, it has to be that way. No other way around it.
What would you say to citizens who sit and listen to what you've said and have a sense of frustration and helplessness?
There are some agents, the old line agents, that disagree with the tactics that were used during the so-called COINTEL period. But one thing I don't want us to jump off of is that people always they're talking about COINTEL now so heavily. I'm not talking about COINTEL, I'm talking about a thing called BD, which was better known as Black Death. The Black Death was set up for a simple thing of infiltrating black organizations and black groups, whatever.
Where was this Black Death, or were there a number of them?
There were a number of Black Deaths, but the head Black Death was in Washington, D.C., controlled by Sullivan.
Mm-hmm.
And
Was he black?
No.
Mm-hmm. And What was the function of the black desks all over the country? I guess there were dozens.
The function of the black desk was to monitor activity, social unrest, revolutionary groups, cultural groups, and such in the black community.
And feed it into this central desk. And it still exists?
As far as I know, yes.
See?
We've seen a number of investigations into the assassination of...
See what I'm talking about? And you want to tell me all of them people on the black desk are not foster kids? Kids thrown away and unwanted? Because I'm going to get to a kid that was unwanted, who feels guilty for his decisions. Unlike this motherfucker right here. Because he ain't got to think about nothing with black culture. Boy, oh boy, I don't know how no one has ever seen this before. I mean, seriously. Who-wee. I'm sure for some of y'all who love black culture and the black community, this is hard to listen to. But it's not hard for me. I'm not
We've
surprised.
seen an extended police trial of the assassination of Malcolm X.
Oof.
What you seem to say substantiates what many black people say out on the street. That government agents or agencies knew that these assassinations were brewing and either participated in them or allowed them to take place.
It would behoove black people, it would behoove all people, really, to question so-called the cut and dry one lone assassin theory. The Bureau and other intelligence agencies are very good at conspiracies. They are very good at setting people up to be killed. They are very good at making innuendos so the person will be killed.
City police don't know about it because they have policemen in there. They don't let black people form anything without some policemen in there. And while I was in the black Muslim movement, or the black Muslim movement, many of the police who were sent to infiltrate us, they're black, would tell me, say, look, I'm a cow, but I have to come. They would tell me. I knew the Muslim movement was full of police. So don't you think anything is going down that they don't know about? The only thing that goes down is what they want to go down.
See there?
And what they don't want to go down, they don't let it go down.
Malcolm X is before his time. A lot of people said that about him. And here's the book, The Destruction of Black Civilization. I'm actually going to read this book. I've been seeing all these books for years and I've never read not one of them. But I'm going to actually read this book. Because whether you see it or not, whether you want to face the reality or not, okay? I need to put another picture up here. But because this is going into, I'm learning to not give a fuck. It is, it is what it is. We're adults here, and this is a topic that's going to have to be talked about. Listen, even if we take something as black women or women of color divesting from black males, we just keep it simple, from black males, and the women of color who are of a certain caliber and lifestyle and frequency begins to branch off and to do that. What then happens to her and her children when she goes and dates outside of her race? But before we get to that, what exactly is the choice of male that she's choosing, and what the choice of culture that she's choosing to be a part of? And what level of this culture is she choosing to be a part of? See what I'm saying? It's still psychological no matter how you put it down. Okay? At the end of the day, we're still all black people in America. Even though those of us that even come from the Caribbean, we're still all black people in this America. There's attitudes, there's ways, there's a lot of things. But there's going to have to be someone as myself who your life was with other cultures of people, i.e. white people. And you got a different experience in high school or in school, period. A different circle of friends. That you get what I'm trying to say here? Like, there has to be some type of experience. And because at the end of the day, what I see with all y'all is, y'all go here and y'all divest and y'all interracially date, but y'all still come back over here to talk to black people. And there's a psychology to that, because a lot of y'all want to come back and be like, well, black women, look what I did, look what you can do. And then we have one that did it, and then it didn't work out for her, and now she's back with black men. So there's still a deep psychology that's there, because I've heard a divested woman say, who ended up being with a black man, she felt so mistreated by the divestors, because we didn't get to the mean girl behavior of the divestors. She felt so mistreated by the divestors. She ended up being with a black man, and she actually felt like she was afraid to be with a man of another race. She was very scared to be with a man of another race. And I have heard a few women express that. And this is not a male-centered show. Please don't turn it into that. That's not where I'm going with this. This is not where I'm going with this. I need this picture off my screen, though. Hold on. It's giving mammy, honey. No, thank you. That ain't the image. Because at the end of the day, they motherfucking betraying each other. That's my fucking point. They betraying each other. Excuse me. Let's show this fucking picture. At the end of the day, they supposed to be each other's. They call each other's brothers and all this shit. And this is what they do. Inside of their own community. You know what it is about the divested black woman in the black informant man? They're no different. I think you knew I was going here with that topic. They're no fucking different. Okay? She's an informant in the sense of, I don't knock the divester, and I don't blame her for her choice. Okay? I told y'all I'm the divested dyke over here. It got a nice ring to it, and I'm sure that aggravate everybody, and I like that. That's just my toxic way. I can't help it. But seriously, they're the same fucking people. He says fuck your Black Panther shit. He says fuck all of you, because I was a foster care. I was thrown away. I'm brown, I'm dark skinned. I was raised by this white fucking family. I don't know a goddamn thing about you niggas. So whatever they want me to do, I'm gonna fucking do it for the money. And I don't give a fuck if it, I'm sure $800 a week was a lot of money in that time. You know that. $800 a week, and I'm gonna pretend like I'm broke. While all along I hate y'all niggas, and I'll help put the gasoline tank against your fucking black retarded ass bookstore. And the divestor's the same way. She'll put gasoline to anything that he does too. So it's deep. This is a very, very deep psychology. And this is a karma that he has put upon himself. And you cannot fucking tell me that he did not enslave his own people. You cannot tell me he's not responsible for it. Because why is there such hate towards him? The only time it's hate towards her is when she loves him. Have y'all not noticed that? The only time the black woman is completely hated is when she loves the black man. But when she's a divested black woman and she gets the fuck away from him and she doesn't fuck with him in or his culture, she don't get that same hate and that same treatment. Some may argue me down. That's fine. The Messiah and Judas and the Messiah. But what about the Judas of him? Oh shit, my internet. What about the Judas of him? What about the Judas of him pumping and dumping his children into the foster care that they had to go be raised by white families or had to end up being sold off into Amish religious families as slaves? Or to this day, thrown into sheds. What about him? What about him that goes to fucking Japan and pumps and dumps? What about the Judas of his behavior? What about the fact that he has not built a goddamn mega corporation for any of us? That when a president gets in line to be the president like Trump or somebody, I'm hearing everybody say, they said the black people are going to be homeless, terrified. So much that Georgia, when food stamps get cut off, these people don't know what to do. And I'm supposed to show y'all that video. I remember now. It's that type of shit. And then you get the hate. Then she gets hated for having 8 kids and 8 different of y'all motherfuckers. 5 kids and 5 of y'all different motherfuckers. And then these assholes are released into the world called her kids. This is the cycle of fuckery. Literal fuckery. You fuck and leave fuckery in this world, black man. And then y'all hate on each other. Y'all infiltrated each other. We about to get to William's story right now. So who's the fucking problem? And out of your psychopathic mind and narcissism and psychoticness, oh, black man is the king. King is actually comes from the word Ankh, which deals with the symbol of the woman. I have it in one of my computers. I read it years ago. And I should have wrote that blog when I saw it because it blew my mind like, you got to be motherfucking kidding me. That's why that movie said, what woman is king or king? Ankh. You even stole that from the woman. But you want to say out of your narcissism, I'm a black man, I got a big dick, and that's why everybody against me and they hate no motherfucker. You got karma. My own grandma didn't like her son. She talked about my uncle. Said a woman had a better chance with my father than my uncle. My uncle who got 15 kids or something out here, 16 kids out here. Who told me his brother, that would be my father. Embarrassed his wife, running off with a 15-year-old girl. Embarrassed her. This is what y'all do. Then y'all try to publicly humiliate. I don't feel no type of way about what the divestors say to you. I don't feel no type of way when the divestors dog you out and call you monkey and niggers with the hard R and shit like that. I'm glad the divestors caught on to us and stopped letting the men call in and talk. I'm glad they did that. I'm glad they caught on to us. Right, High Power Wig? And certain people couldn't come on our panel. But mainly males, right? I'm glad they caught on to that part because they used to let the males talk and then they started catching on. I'm glad they caught on. My bad, I didn't mean to call you. You remember that time? It was what's her name? Miss Archduchess show? And it was like, hey, Miss Archduchess, And she was like, "Oh, hello." And like, I'm a girl. I'm a girl. I'm like 5'2". I got to fight in the train, and after I got to fight in the train, I got to fight in the club, and then I got to fight over here, and I got another fight. And it was just like, bro, you was a whole dude. Would you stop it? That's why I said that. So I wasn't trying to call you out. I just remembered that shit. That shit was so funny. So a lot of women wised up, all seriousness. A lot of women wised up. It was like, yo, no more males on my show. I done had a male come on my show fucking smoking from a crack pipe while naked. I recently, before like a few months back, had a male on my show drunk as fuck. They just don't know how to be sober and behave properly. And even if they do talk, they seem more nervous and scared to talk to me that they run away. It just don't work out over here with males. Now, so the divestors wised up a bit. And therefore, they are dragging the fuck out of y'all. They are using receipts to drag the fuck out of y'all. And quiet as kept, there's a lot of women that are really divesting, whether y'all want to believe it or not. They are really getting rid. They are really walking away from y'all. And the thing is, they're not just walking away. They're not fucking with y'all. And I don't know if you got the 92% alarm, but now there are black women who have woken up and they're not no longer marching with other women of other races now. They're doing that now. I don't totally agree with it, but I get it. So the millennial and Gen Z alpha coming up, black women are waking up. Women of color around the world really are starting to wake up. Saying, you know what, we're not helping you with a goddamn thing. She just, this Trump thing made her wake up to y'all too. When she saw that number of how many of y'all voted for that white man called Trump. So she's waking up. Just a little bit. Okay, she's been a sleeping beauty for a long time, the black woman. But here's the point. This is why there's no mega corporations. I can't even fully blame it on the FBI. But when you create, because there's people that infiltrate the KK, the triple K too. So this is not, we just in the topic of talking about niggas. So, because the FBI infiltrates a lot of things and all this and that. That's just what the fucking FBI do. Okay, they do what they do. That's their nature. But as far as in this case, you would think a group of low impoverished people would be unbothered, right? You'd think a group of low impoverished people can pretty much be able to do what they wanted to do. It's like what Beyonce said when she was first with the record label. She said, we did what we wanted to do because nobody took us serious as artists anyway. So we just sat around and we just created and we did songs and we just created and they just let us do what we wanted to do. And I feel like that was pretty much what it was for black culture. Have your own bookstores, have your own anything, have your own cheerleading club, have a lot of things. But then they went as far as taking your own people, your own brother, who is resentful for your abandonment, Osiris, who was betrayed by his brother Seth, who then molested him, his uncle. You see how the culture, you see how the story continues to go. It's a curse that continues to cycle around itself over and over and over in the culture. And this is what y'all do to each other. Now, let's see what this video about.
Christopher Ray, just another puppet, being used for the same agenda.
This is the fair use, motherfuckers. Fair use. Let's go.
For those of y'all been following me throughout the years, I need y'all to go watch Judas and the Black Messiah. Because I've been trying to explain this throughout these years, but I feel like it ain't connecting in the way.
He angry. I could feel it. He's fucking angry. But let's
it
go.
should be. People looking at it like it's just a historical fact. Oh, no. It is very relevant. People would try to say, oh, that was just J. Edgar Hoover. No. It's still the same thing going on now with your director, Christopher Ray, just another puppet being used for the same agenda. When you see people that are pushing flat earth, same crap going on. That's the COINTELPRO. When you see those people storming the Capitol, fat pieces of trash talking about...
Wait a minute. I remember the flat earth debate when I was in middle school, sir. So take it easy. I remember we was talking about it. We were debating flat earth in middle school.
Heads on pikes. That's a COINTELPRO actor. You need to know this and identify this for what it is.
Hold on, who was
and stop letting these people tell you what a domestic terrorist is. And when you see people that are pushing flat earth, same crap going on. That's the COINTELPRO. When you see those people storming the Capitol, fat pieces of trash talking about heads on pikes, that's a COINTELPRO actor. You need to know this and identify this for what it is. And stop letting these people tell you what a domestic terrorist is. Because at one point in time, they was calling Fred Hampton and Mark Clark a terrorist. And then they killed them. And the people during that time didn't even address it for what it was. They just watched it happen and just went along with their life. Or they said something like marginalized it and said, oh, it's just police brutality. No, those Chicago police were just a foot soldier. There's a higher level of orchestration going on. And you must remember it's the FBI. But do they investigate themselves? Who's the first one to the scene anytime this bullcrap happened? Who's the first one to the scene to investigate the Capitol? Oh, that's right, the FBI. So that way they never get caught. You're going to hear from one of the informants, one of the ones who we haven't heard from in a long time. We got other informants like Richard Aoki, committed suicide. William O'Neill, the informant who got Fred Hampton killed, committed suicide as well. And don't get it confused now. The movement was not perfect. Them bringing up socialism and communism and capitalism, that's not effective. Like the people that really run things, they don't give a crap what they use. They can use capitalism, they can use communism, they can use socialism as a means to control people.
Right.
That's all they care about is controlling the people.
Okay, do get to the point.
It's bigger than the pigs. It's bigger than the police. Remember, the police are just foot soldiers. But the issue, what they didn't like, is he was able to unite the people. It's what you see the activists of this time, they don't do. It's always black versus white or this versus that. It's never united in one direction.
I understand this is a patriarchy. Please don't get it twisted, okay? What I'm getting at in the topic of discussion today is that the argument is that, hello, black man, you have not created nothing for us black male. The problems that happen to this day with the culture of your people is for the fact that you have not created anything. The fact that you don't have a system of welfare for your people. You don't have a corporation of a record label. You don't have a corporation of many things, right? Somebody like me who understands the esoteric and occult of things, I understand that these corporations and stuff is all a part of rituals, all a part of Masonic temples and such like that. I'm aware of that. See what I'm saying? But still, the argument still stands. Is he being held down? Is something getting in his way from him able to build something for his culture in or community? Or does he not have the capacity, or does he not fucking care to do it? And that is what the Divestors is trying to tell everybody. He doesn't give a fuck to do it.
Direction. A bunch of waste of time protesting. So what they hated with Hampton is the Rainbow Coalition. And the only time they want people to unite is if it's under their message and if they control the whole movement. So just understand that when you're watching it.
The name of the informant that we interviewed is Dothard Perry, also known as Ed Riggs.
also known
Why he
as
look like he
Bill
got a
Perry,
badass tan?
also
What the
known
fuck
as
is going on his
Othello.
skin?
He worked for the FBI as an informer who infiltrated various black organizations during the 1960s. Ours is the only full-face on-camera interview that he has conducted thus far. Now, we interviewed him on 2 separate occasions. So, for purposes of continuity, we've edited this piece, going from one
Yeah,
interview
this is gonna be a
to
bit of a
another
boring
according
show,
to
y'all. But
subject
just I
areas.
don't think so. Like, just
We began
listen.
with his account of how he was recruited by the FBI.
I was a student at Sacramento City College and Sacramento State College. I was stopped in the parking lot one day by
California. Man, there's a lot of foster care kids out there, bro. That's where the fucking Hollywood and celebrity shit is at. I didn't remember, we didn't see that part of it. See?
a special agent by the name of Brent. He told me a little bit about that he knew that I worked in military intelligence and how would I like to work for him. And also that I knew certain people in the so-called black radical fringe that they would be very interested in finding different information out about. I told him that my term for military intelligence had been very short-lived, that I was not interested in them, and I wasn't interested in him either.
By now, this must have been 1968.
Yes. The following month, I was going to school on a federal grant and also a VA loan check. My check didn't come down, either one. I had bought a oscilloscope for a television communications class that I was taking from a person that I didn't even know. He just had the oscilloscope for sale and it was very cheap, so I bought it. Since my checks hadn't came down, being a student, and I was taking like close to, I think, about 23 units, something like that. It was a very heavy course load. I couldn't work and go to school at the same time. So I decided I would take the oscilloscope down to the pawn shop, pawn it, and use that money until my check came. I went down, I pawned the oscilloscope. As I came out, I got busted. Possession of stolen property. Seems that someone had broken into Sacramento City College and had stolen the oscilloscope along with quite a few other things.
So what happened?
Well, I was taken to court due to a friend of mine, an attorney in Sacramento that I had been working for. He intervened for me, and it was broken down to misdemeanor possession of stolen property, which I was given 3 years summary probation for. Let me clarify this. Summary probation means that all you have to do is you write a letter into the probation officer every month, and you say, well, I've been a good boy this month. Bye, you know. I got an offer for a scholarship at Los Angeles City College, which I took advantage of, and I started going to Los Angeles City College and UCLA in Los Angeles. Coming out of LACC from the school one day, I was met again by the same special agent who said that he wanted to talk to me, and the offer was still good about me working for him. Again, I told him no, I was not interested. Then told me that I should be interested because they could help me with a problem that I had. And I told him I didn't have any problems that I knew of. He said, oh, yes, you remember the possession of stolen? I said, yeah, well, that's summary probation, man. I just write a letter in every month. He said, oh, no, that's not summary probation. It turned out it's a felony probation for 3 years, which means you have to report in every week.
To bring it down to a nutshell, what happened?
What happened was that As far as they were concerned, it was felony probation now, and if when you jump probation, that means they can put you in for the rest of the term of the probation. Which
Why is there never a conversation about who their families are? Why is there never a conversation about their younger years? You gotta pay attention to that. People are always, just think about it. They're always open to talk about their lives. Even in soft white underbelly, they always go into their, well, my mom and my dad or my grandma. These people don't do that. I'm trying to tell you, they're adopted. All of them.
came through about 2 years and 10 months.
And so they threatened you with that?
Yes, they did.
Why didn't you stand up to that?
I called the probation office in Sacramento first. They told me a warrant was out for my arrest and that I was going to jail.
Did you have any particular fear of jail?
Yes. I don't like to be shut in. I have a very, very dark fear of being shut up anywhere.
How would they have known that?
The only way they could have known that is from my psychological profile when I went into military intelligence, which they take on all people that work in military intelligence.
So you bent and you decided to go to work for them?
Yes.
How would you say that most of those who are doing the same thing that you did have gotten into that behavior? The same way you did, they were coerced?
Coerced, pressure. Some can take it for, I think some might do it for the pay, for the feeling of power. It's a natural syndrome for a powerless person given a pedestal where he can direct, or he can say, well, this man goes to jail or this man stays free. They get a feeling of security from it.
Mm-hmm.
I just found it.
Did you get an indoctrination?
I know what the fuck I be talking about.
No.
It just says right here, fact, I got the receipts right here. I fucking said it. I Googled it. According to available data, California, because I said, which state has the largest population of foster care of black children? Remember, I already mentioned California, right? What it said. According to available data, California has the largest population of black children in foster care due to having the highest overall number of children in foster care in the United States, with a significant percentage of those children being African American. California consistently has the largest number of children in foster care compared to all other states. And where do we always see this? Where do we always see Hollywood and all this shit with these kids and all this shit? California. I called it out.
Kind of indoctrination. It started off with camera surveillance, camera surveillance, electronic techniques, surveillance, shadowing, the obtaining of let's say letters, empty envelopes, instructions on how to go to somebody's garbage containers and take out useful items. You'd be surprised at the things that they take out of a garbage can, by the way. I mean, anywhere from the leftover food from breakfast, just to know what this guy used for breakfast, you know. When they become interested in a person or a group of people, they try to find out as much as they possibly can, psychologically and academically and social-wise. Who do they run with? Do they go to certain nightclubs? Does this one have a sex hang-up? Is the man impudent? You know, anything that can be used later on.
How long was this indoctrination?
It lasts anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm. What is the most sophisticated equipment that you use as far as eavesdropping is concerned?
The video setup, and also I work with the new, I think it's called parabolic reflectors for sound pickup.
That's a very interesting piece of equipment. How is that used? Okay, it reminds you of a disc. Have you ever seen those radioscopes? Yeah. You know how they're a disc and then there is a cone behind it? Cone in the center, right? Yeah. Okay, these parabolic reflectors were just like that, except a smaller version, and you would point it in the direction of where you wanted to pick up the sound from. And how far away can it pick up sound?
I see it. I done went down a little rabbit hole over here.
It was what? Anywhere from, the ones I use, from 200 to 500 yards. What? Oh, yeah. Distinct? Distinct, very distinct. You could be in a building, like say we're here right now, okay? Okay, not the next building, but the building behind. Let's say it's a little bit taller. Okay, I could point that parabolic reflector from there to this window, and I could pick up. That's how good it was. Through the window? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, the window didn't have to be open. The window didn't have to be open in the hall.
He's uncomfortable. I don't know how much of this is gonna go on because this is good. This is so good. He has to look how he taking it in.
How does one go about tailing a person? Describe that. Is there a particular art? You say you have to be taught that.
Can y'all hear it?
Particular art to it, but okay. Let me state. Number one, the easiest way is to get close to the person so you can run with it. That's the best way. Okay. The second best way is the thing I've called trial and error observation, where you would go around and you would follow this guy, let's say, from a distance of anywhere from a half block to a block, as long as you can keep him in sight. And then you find out certain locales or certain places that this man goes to every day. Now, if you can get a set pattern of places that this man goes to every day, you got him down. You got him down. That's what they needed to know. So after a couple of weeks, you were ready to go to work? I wasn't ready, but I went to work, yeah. Do you know if this indoctrination period is more sophisticated today? Probably much more so sophisticated for the simple reason that they're probably more severe on them as far as rating is concerned. Simply because of all the disclosures that are being made against them. I think they're being very, very careful. And when they sink their hooks in, I think they're making sure that it is tight, airtight. In your experience, did you ever see the FBI try to sway newspaper or media news? Oh, hey, let me run this down to you. LA Times, man. I went over there and picked up press passes from certain people over there.
Oh, that must be my heat. I was like, what the fuck is that knock knock? The fuck? Okay, hold on, y'all. My heat just made a bop bop sound. Oh, yeah. What I told y'all about yellow journalism. Yeah, that was my heat. He said it himself that he could just go to the LA Times and just run a story, and they'll just run the story for him. Man, this shit deep, y'all. The level of games and lies that is played to our face on a day-to-day basis, Joe. This shit is so deep. We watched the Truman Show, but did not realize we are in the Truman Show. The way it's explained is this is how karma works. People release the karma by showing it to you. Get what I'm saying? People release their karma by saying it to you before they do it. It's equivalent to somebody saying and joking around, be like, nigga, I'm gonna slap you, nigga. You stupid, nigga. I'm gonna slap you, nigga. And eventually they're gonna end up slapping you. But they cleared the karma because they told you already that they was gonna slap you. Right? And then on top of that, when we watch these slavery movies, when we watch the Truman Show, we watch all these things. These are people clearing their karma. He's telling his story because this is him clearing his karma. William's story is so much darker because it's obvious that Will had love for the space that he was in, but he was stuck in a rock and a hard place. And he lost a friend, and that he took his life at 40 years old. This motherfucker just want to clear his karma because he just want his life to be the way he wanted. This motherfucker could care less about black community, black unity, black power, black mega corporation. He could give a fuck. This is the divester.
Let me see. Some people that work for NBC. TV, yes. In Los Angeles, used to get press passes to the Bureau and stuff. Fact is, we used to get some camera equipment from there. So a lot of this news film was probably turned over to the FBI. Oh, sure. Was definitely turned over. Oh, hey, they had a lot of reporters, and it was that old game of one hand washes the other. Usually, your agent would prefer to meet the reporter on a one-on-one basis. You understand what I mean? Build a rapport with him. Go out to the press club, buy him a few drinks. Take him out to Hollywood Park, for the races, that kind of thing. Hey, Jim, your paper's covering such and such, or your TV station's covering such and such. And, yeah, I just like a little bit more information than I've been getting. I need it.
I hope you all can hear him.
Help me, you know what I mean? A personal favor. And if you do something for me, maybe I can do something for you, in the future. Like, when we're about to break a case, you'll be the first to know, that kind of thing. What kind of work did you end up doing as an undercover agent? Were you doing espionage work or informant work? Informant work, and also what you would call illegal entries, selling of weapons, selling of explosives, arson. You would sell weapons and explosives to these radical, so-called
radical groups. Oh, wow.
Yes. All right, where did you operate? I was given a cover name, Ed Riggs. With that, I was also given a birth certificate stating that both my parents were, a birth certificate and a record for a Robert Riggs and a Mary Riggs who were deceased.
Did you see how that go? I even went down a rabbit hole to read somebody who looked at his past life and talk about how he was in the army and they still could not even touch on who the fuck his parents is. Saying that his parents are dead. You see how the game go? I can't make this shit up if I tried. And then he's selling explosives and all this shit to people. This is bro, you can't make this shit up.
And you lost all of your true identity? Yes. And you operated in California? California. What cities in California? Los Angeles, Oakland, San Francisco, Berkeley, Sacramento, Chino, San Bernardino, Santa Cruz. Any other states since California? Yeah. Chicago, Chicago, New York, made 2 trips to Washington, D.C. Also, I better put in Seattle, Washington. That's very important, too. How does the FBI coordinate this information? You were one of a number of agents who were doing this. How did they correlate and coordinate this flow of information? How many agents, let's start with that, how many agents were working in a given city, like LA, in the late 60s? Jesus, we're talking about a lot of people. Like I said before, in the state, I would say 700 to 1,000. In Los Angeles, which was a large concentrated area of blacks, we're talking about anywhere from 300 to 400 people. San Francisco, probably the same thing. That's a large concentration of black people. Wherever there was a large concentration of blacks or a large concentration of minorities, Don't let me only say blacks, because we're talking about the Chicanos and we're talking about the Chinese too.
Yep.
But among every ethnic group, there were ethnic groups of that group who could be recruited by the FBI to infiltrate their own. Right.
Yes.
Just want to get a sense of how much money American taxpayers were laying out for this kind of exercise.
Let me say
what
something.
was your salary? When I started with the Bureau,
I can't get angry at a mastermind, and that's the European man and the European woman. I can't get angry at somebody who builds empires, enslaves people. It's gonna sound fucked up. Builds the fucking corporations, the Masonic temples, build all this shit, build the rituals, and motherfucking infiltrate your shit and make you think that your own people turned on your own people, make another group of people turned on you that didn't even do it. I can't get mad at the chess game that they play, because I knew that too. That's why I just said an hour ago, was it? Few minutes ago, like, listen, who are the divestors going to? Even when they divest. Even for black women who date women, where do we mostly say we're going to? And how far are we going to another race? And for what purpose? There's a broader picture here to look at. Because I knew that. I knew it wasn't just black people. That's why I said people of color. We are in a system. And that system is white supremacy, which is the patriarch. And this is how the game goes. This is how the game goes of life with this patriarch. We are all suffering in it. I don't like to use the word suffering, but we're all in it. Feminism and learning about the patriarch is not just for women to put pussies on top of their heads and march and say dumb shit out their mouth with bikinis on. It's for males too. Because now I'm going back to what I said. The mega corporations and what race of males has what, and what males the race of males do not have. Because it's not just the black male that doesn't have it.
I was making, $200 a week plus expenses. When I left the Bureau, I was making close to about $800 a week. And also some expenses too.
So it might run as high as $1,000 a week.
Yes, it's according to what assignments you were put on at the time.
And statewide, there were 750 agents.
700 to 1,000. It might have been more than 1,000 statewide. People are into a fantasy world when they believe that the Federal Bureau of Investigation finds out what it finds out through the method of scientific investigation. That the agents can just go out and they can plot a course and they can follow a man everywhere and they take notes and such. That's not the name of the game. The name of the game is to find someone that is close to that man or can get close to that man or that group or whatever and have him do the legwork.
So in other words, there obviously then would have to be more informants than agents.
Definitely.
What would the ratio be? 10 to 1?
I think every special agent usually has anywhere from 6 to 7 what I would call prime informants or agent provocateurs. And then also we have anywhere from 20 to 25 people per agent also that are not really what you would call the everyday informant or agent provocateur, meaning that person is not on a steady payroll by the Bureau, but every once in a while they will go to that person for information.
What is your speculation on what recently happened in Miami? Would you suspect that there have been a number of agents that or informants that have descended on Miami since that eruption? Oh, definitely, definitely. And not only from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, too. You'll have people from military intelligence, and the
A true coven screens everybody before they get to their coven. A true coven screens everybody before they get in their coven. Any group, any circle, somebody is screened. I know a woman who once had the African American witches, and her requirement is you had to be African American. She did research to make sure you was, and anytime somebody white or other than tried to come in, they were not approved. You have to be a stickler. I don't blame the divestors for doing the things the way that they do. I don't blame them for calling people out. They be calling people names out and shit. I don't blame them for their attitudes. They have to fight and wean out the infiltrators. I do not blame them for having such a vulgar post on their Patreon, as well as going after even the spiritual women, okay? I don't blame them because they can't trust anybody because everybody's a mammy. And it makes sense that an older woman is doing it because she's been around long enough to research and do her analysis, just like I've been around long enough to research and do my analysis as well and things I've learned. Because that's how it's supposed to be. There are people who have been said that are divested black women out here that are not even black women, y'all. They're not even black women. And how it was confirmed to me because the way they betray the other group of women, it was as if they didn't even belong to them. Sharing their chat rooms, talking about their private conversations, just blasting them out. And these women were not even black women. So you have to be very careful.
CIA, for the simple reason that they want to find out the CIA and the military intelligence people want to find out, is this anything connected with some kind of foreign agency? That's their prime objective. The Bureau wants to find out whether this was a organized type of mass movement that's going on. Are there leaders? Are there central people that started this? They want to find that out. Who was the one that was out there getting a group of people together and said, hey, let's go get this? They want to know that. How would you tell a member of a community that they might be able to spot an informant? How is that possible? Can you spot one? Or what should one look for? Let's say someone in Liberty City. Well, it's like this. Informants come in all sizes, colors, and attitudes. There is no definite way, unless you can get hold of his telephone bill and you can connect the number with the bureau office and you got it. But the fact that they're not working steady and yet are able to eat and get around doesn't mean anything. Not so much in the black community. That's one of the hard things because there's such thing as hustling. And some people are known as good hustlers. So people don't tend to trip off of them. Hey, I don't know how Blood did it. Blood probably did. He robbed somebody or hey man, he's selling some weed or whatever, Would it necessarily have to be a new face in the community? No. The fact is they tend to shy away from that. What they try to do is get someone that's already situated. It's much easier. Much, much easier. If they have what they call a prime informant, one that has been trained and knows how to get into the group. Say he's with another group and he's made a name for himself. Okay, and then there is a group that the Bureau is interested in. Well, what they would like for him to do then is use his rep from the other group to deal with it. What Do you base your conjecture or your statement that FBI operations and surveillance is more extensive today than it ever was? Why would there be? There doesn't seem to be the kind of organizations that existed in the 60s. Why would there be an even greater surveillance on the part of the government?
Well, you have to look at it from the standpoint that the Bureau looks at it. And to them, organization or no organization, as long as there's one or two people or a handful of people that still think in the mold of some of the groups in the 60s, then they will be watching them. You can believe it.
Then we moved into the area of budget, how the Bureau operates and manages its money.
The FBI has holdings in different companies. They have storefronts, businesses.
Wait a minute now. Why would they have holdings in companies, stock holdings in companies?
It's extra money.
Oh, you mean they get such a big budget and they may not use it in a particular year, so they invest in the stock market?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. The Bureau could, if federal funding was cut off to the Bureau right now, it could still go at full budget, I guess, for the next, 5, maybe 6 years.
Is it for this reason that the FBI has been able to stand up against many other government agencies?
You have to understand the person that started the Bureau and his background, J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar made an agency that was answerable to nobody but J. Edgar. There hasn't been a president that would dare call the FBI out on the carpet. Why?
Why?
Number one, just like they do background or surveillance on us, I suspect they do it to quite a few people up there in the Capitol. Senators, presidents, vice presidents. Everybody's got a skeleton in his closet.
And on top of that, he's rendered the FBI financially independent.
Yes. The allotments for their budget has grown bigger and bigger with each year. While I was in the Bureau for 7 years, the budget grew bigger and bigger. It's a thing that the money's not spent are always sent back to the government. Okay, but if you notice, the Bureau never sends any money back. Never. It uses its total budget, which is almost unheard of, except for the CIA, and they do the same thing. I guess being super patriots, they always have to figure that someday maybe the government might become corrupt with communists and leftists and black and communists and minorities and whatever, and that the FBI would have to function on its own bravely by itself. So J. Edgar Hoover had the foresight to make sure that the FBI would have a little nest egg around so it could conquer these subversives,
and work west. What groups did you infiltrate in New York?
In New York, it was the Black Panther Party, Queens section.
How far into the organization did you get, and how'd you do it?
What I did was, I was a member of the party already in the California area. What I did was travel up and say I was checking out the party in the Queens area. What happened was, though, I only stayed with that assignment for, 2.5 days. We found out then that it was infiltrated heavily by the New York Police Department.
And there was no need for your services.
There was no need for my services.
Let's go back to the 60s. In the first interview, you touched on the fact that you were involved in some way in the robbery of arms from the armory, weapons from the armory.
Yes.
Give us the details and what just went down.
What happened was that the Black Liberation Army, was in need of weapons. This was relayed to my supervising agent.
By you?
By me. Okay. He said, well, why don't you go back to them and tell them that you have a plan to get some weapons? What year was this incident? Jesus, I don't really remember. Okay. All right. I don't remember. It was early 70s. I know that. What happened was, well, I didn't live that far from the Compton Armory. It was right up the street. And what the plan was that I laid out to him, that on parade day, we only had one guard at the armory, and it would be very easy to go in there and get the weapons.
What role did the Bureau play in allowing you access or to facilitate access to rip off these arms?
Oh, they worked out the whole thing. They made sure that that there were no guards, except for, I think it was there one guard? I think there was one. No, there wasn't. There wasn't anybody, as a matter of fact. That was the thing that kind of made me nervous about the whole thing, because I said, damn, you're supposed to have, it looks kind of phony when you go to an armory on a military base that's located near the Compton Watt area, and there's no guard in there with the weapons?
This is by day or by night?
This happened during the day.
What time of day? Morning?
No, it was late afternoon.
So what happened? You went into the armory via, how did you get in?
What we did was...
How many?
It was 6 of us all together.
Okay.
And we cut there was a chain through the lock. We cut the chain, opened the gate, shimmied on in, got over to where the armory was, opened the door, nobody was there, took the weapons and split. But the thing about it was the firing pins were taken out of the 16, the firing pins were taken out of the 6 caliber machine guns. The grenade launchers, they were ready, no doubt. They were enabled. Nothing had been tampered with them. I couldn't understand that.
Why would the Bureau be interested in collaborating to allow the theft of these weapons, so that knowing that they were going to go to the SBA or the BLA?
Well, it's like this.
SLA, I'm sorry.
Well, there's a thing called a controlled situation. And what is meant by controlled situation is that you know who has what and what they intend to do with it. Then also you can also
see this is something teaching us something, y'all. I had to interrupt for a minute. This is teaching us something, at least for me. Like, I'm a writer, and I have been one of those to write things and people and places down for a long time. I gotta sneeze again. Hold on. It didn't come out. For a long time, right? And I am here thinking about this one lady who does her tarot readings, and she wrote down her entire tarot reading. And I said, I'm gonna infiltrate that. I'm gonna not infiltrate, but implement that into my work, right? And I can't pronounce her name. It started with a Y. Okay, she is the owner of Hoodoo Root Work something. I can't remember. Years ago, I talked to this lady, and I noticed that she did that. And I tried implementing that in my work, and I started implementing writing down everything. And I remember a lot of people say, you need to write everything down. You need to write down these people that you know, this, that, and the third. And I'm just sitting here like, that's exactly what the FBI did with this dude. They literally kept record of every fucking thing. Names and people and dates. So if you run a business, or you do anything as simple as this, it's best to write down people's names and information and other names and shit like that to keep up. I'm just saying.
So have someone or something where you can exert a little pressure to make sure that they do such and such a thing. They don't deviate. And the Bureau was very into control situations.
So in other words, when they got these weapons, they could then be goaded or lured into getting into some activity that would make them vulnerable.
Right.
In other words, set up.
Right. At this juncture, Perry began talking about a man called Elmer Geronimo Pratt, who Perry says is serving time for a crime he couldn't have committed. You know, allow a person like Elmer Pratt to sit up 9 years in jail for nothing. The man did nothing except that he was a leader in the Black Panther Party, and they wanted him out of the way.
They?
The Bureau.
So, what happened?
Well, there was a murder, right? The murder happened in Los Angeles. Elmer Pratt was in Oakland, okay? Elmer Pratt was under 24-hour surveillance, both physical and SE, electronic, okay? The Bureau, at any time after LAPD picked up Elmer Pratt, could have went down there and said, hey, look, you made a mistake. The guy was in Oakland, okay? They didn't. They sit back and let it happen because they wanted the man out of the way. It's sick. Here's a man that got a Bronze Star and a Silver Star. Pratt, right, Elmer Geronimo Pratt. So when he got out of the service, he joined the Black Panther Party because it was a cause that he thought was just and he thought was right. Possibly, and I'm not saying, don't let me paint him a saint, the man possibly did some things, but he did not commit a murder. You know? And let me tell you something about Elmer Pratt. And this is from personal observation. The man was honest, the man was upright, and his word was his bond. You know? And he wouldn't go around doing a jive-ass robbery on a damn tennis court and kill someone. That's just not Elmer Pratt. He was set up, he was railroaded from the get. I'm surprised they didn't try to kill him in prison. And I'll be surprised if they don't attempt to do it now. Because now people are starting to make waves. Finally, people are starting to realize, after the man's been in there 9 years, and oh, by the way, 4 years of that was in solitary confinement.
Was the Compton Armory the only instance where you supplied arms to liberation or black groups?
No. I supplied handguns, a few other things, quite a few people. The Community Freedom School, I gave them the ID, the money, and told them the store to go to purchase weapons, and what weapons to purchase.
Have you witnessed murder?
One. Fred Bennett.
Were there ties to the Bureau involved in this murder?
Well, let me put it to you like this.
Fred Bennett?
Fred Bennett was a sort of low-ranking Panther Party member in Oakland. He was with the national headquarters. I found out later on that there was a great possibility, or that he might have been really a informant, but it was very low caliber.
Now this makes sense, because remember the book, the presentation, it was Mama's Gun who did it. And she showed one of the Black Panther guys that was like, I'd rather jump over 10 nigga bitches to get to a white woman. So it goes to show you that inside that Black Panther, there were many people who were infiltrating. There were many people who came into that shit and they had extreme hate for black culture. And I think, and I'm going to tell you, I think that's a pipeline. I think that, and I might do a whole show separately from that. Like, I feel like those of us that come from being raised in predominantly white schools, seeing the psychology of how black children are and how they're treated in those white schools versus coming into a black neighborhood and seeing how that is versus what you know psychologically, going into Black Panther and those spaces, Nuwabo and all these places, but deep inside you don't give a fuck about black culture and deep inside you don't like them. I really think that that's a pipeline.
What happened? What did you see? Well, I went up in a Jeep in the Santa Cruz Mountains with Jimmy Carr, Fred Bennett, and myself, and some white guy. Also, I was find out later on that the white guy was working for the Bureau also. Mosier, I think his name was. What happened? Anyway, we get up there to the mountain, and Bennett said, we got an informant here. In the car? In the car. And when he said that, the first name that clicked through my head was, excuse the expression, Jimmy Carr was not one to be trifling with. The brother had been in and out of prison all his life. For him to cut somebody's throat or to possibly physically beat them to death would have been no problem. He was a big, big brother. The only thing that I could think of, well, the man's hand was on the steering wheel. Let me try to take his head off. He takes mine off. I was armed also. So what did you do? I jumped. And I said, hey, what you talking about, man? And that's when he pulled his 357 and he said, Carr? Yeah. Mm-hmm. He said, I'm talking about Freddie. And what I thought was going to happen, now when he stopped it, he took him out, he chastised him, right? Slapped him around a lot. And then he took him up the hill. What I thought he was going to do was, like beat the guy up severely, break a leg, arm, whatever, mess his head up a little case, and then leave him out there. The next thing I know, me and Mosier, the white guy, we're standing by the Jeep, and we hear 3 shots go off. And then Carr comes down the hill, and he says, hey, you guys got to help me get rid of the body. And I'm thinking, oh, he killed him. That's, but the thing was also, I was saying, play it like it is, don't act like you're going to panic or anything, So we went back up the hill. The white boy was greatly agitated. I mean, he was scared. Excuse the expression. We went up there. He had almost actually decapitated the man. Have you ever seen a 357? Have you seen what he could do? Yeah. Yeah, well, his head was on, like off. And we got some brush, some wood, and got some gasoline from the Jeep, and Carr poured it over the body and threw a match, and he burned the body up. And when I got back, I called up my supervising agent immediately and told him exactly what happened. And do you know they did not do a damn thing? No. Nothing.
George Jackson was a member of the controversial Black Panther Party who was killed while he was in prison. Reports are that Jackson was trying to escape from prison when he was gunned down in the prison yard. Perry had some information about that.
As I recall, there was a good deal of public uproar about him being in the slums. And the chances were pretty good that he was going to get out because of this public pressure. If that's so, why would he be involved in such a sham attempt to break out of prison?
Okay, let me put it to you like this. I think that, you have to understand the psychology of prison per se itself. Every inmate fantasizes about breaking out. Let me put it to you like that. After you've been there years, so you're going to be thinking about how can I get out of this place. The thing was, George Jackson thought that, and he probably thought correctly, that San Quentin officials under no circumstances were going to let that man walk away from that prison alive. Appeal or no appeal, probation or no probation. There are so many ways you can set a person up in prison. It's not funny.
I'm 2 hours in. I ain't mean to go this far.
They want you. They'll get you.
So not only because he hated the prison, but because his life was in jeopardy there.
Oh yeah, more so than I think more so that his life was in jeopardy. I was called by a group of so-called radical left in California to witness some fireworks up in Santa Cruz mountain area. When I talk about fireworks, I'm talking about explosives.
Not 4th of July.
Yeah.
What happened when you went to witness this testing of fireworks?
I took a Portapack unit with me, a kite. I videotaped the sequence of how they used the explosives, who was there, you know.
What kind of explosives were they actually?
They were, let me see, plastic explosives, and it was a solution somewhat like nitroglycerin or nitroglycerin. Very high explosive.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what happened after that?
Okay, I found out through Carr and two of the other people there that this was supplying this to them. I went back with the videotape to the Bureau, and I was later to find out that also worked for the Bureau.
Mm-hmm. What was the real purpose that this group was testing these fireworks? Did they tell you at the time?
For a possible escape of George Jackson.
Okay, so what happened?
What happened was that James Carr, who was better known as Jimmy Carr, who was like a second lieutenant to George Jackson, also was one of his former cellmates, was setting up a escape plan.
Right.
Okay. Now, the thing that is very confusing at this point to me is that through the information that I have, and from the times that I spoke to Jimmy, they were setting up the works, but they hadn't put anything in motion. In other words, they had been slipping certain items into Mr. Jackson at present through different means. But the time wasn't right at the time that George Jackson supposedly made the attempt.
But at any rate, our plan then was for someone to slip this stuff into prison and get it to either Jimmy Carr or George Jackson to effect a breakout.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Jimmy Carr was on the outside at that time.
I'm sorry. Okay.
But it was slipped into George.
Okay.
It was slipped in.
Okay.
Because the St. Alf turned up after the so-called prison breakout. If you remember, the day of the George Jackson assassination, and that's what the hell it was, Vanetta Anderson supposedly went to visit George Jackson. I am saying Vanetta Anderson did not visit George Jackson. I am saying that guys, as a black woman, went to visit George Jackson. And I am saying also that Stephen Bingham, the attorney, was used by the way of handing the tape recorder to Stephen Bingham, to Bingham, to take in, because there was no gun in that tape recorder. That gun was already inside there with George Jackson.
But apparently then, not only had the nitro and stuff been slipped to Jackson, but also there was a plan. And what was that plan?
Well, the plan that we knew about, or let me say, the plan that I knew about personally, was the plan where they were supposed to blow the east wall of the prison. Jackson, in turn, was supposed to have taken a chain some long metal object, throwing it around the wires and grounding it. That's cutting out the power to the president. And then escape off into darkness with jeeps, with armed people that coronate.
But what actually did happen?
What actually did happen, okay. Now, this is only a hypothesis on my part. Yeah. But what I think, since the present authorities and the Bureau were well aware of what Jackson was planning to do, that they forced his hand. Also, I believe that one of the guards had the 9mm pistol. Mm-hmm. There is no way in hell that George Jackson could have got that 9mm pistol smuggled in. Because that 9mm pistol was confiscated over a year ago from Landon Williams during a raid. Oakland Police Department had it in their possession. It went from the Oakland Police Department to the Bureau, and from the Bureau it disappeared up until the time Jackson supposedly had that snuck in, he hid it in a wig or whatever they said he did, whatever lie they came up with.
So you're saying then that George Jackson was given these vials that
Here's
were
the thing,
done,
too.
and then he ran out thinking that it was nitro, threw it against.
Don't be fooled by this man. How was he able to even go on national TV and talk about this? This was the FBI sounding an alarm to people to let them know what kind of power they had. Could you imagine what this interviewer is feeling right now while listening to this man? I see it all in his body language. This is information that could have been top-notch secret. A conspiracy theorist could have discovered this shit like me and uncovered it and shit like that. Why did this man, and then they still covered up names that he said and muted it out. The FBI allowed this man to talk. Because it goes back to what the fuck I said. They had to clear their karma. So they're using this man who they used as the informant to do the work. So they can sound the alarm to still say, we ain't nothing to be fucked with.
The wall, ping, they didn't go off, and he was blown away.
Right. And the thing that backs that to the max is that the brother that went out with him also had two of the tubes. But the thing was, the prison authorities put them in a basket, and they took the tubes out into the center of the yard, and supposedly they stood back from a long distance and shot their weapons at it, breaking the tubes and the contents. The contents all spilled out, and so there was no way to examine those. They did find one tube, and that was in George's cell. But no one's ever been able to get their hands on it due to some legal process brought down by the Attorney General's office in California.
What do you have to say about the church committee hearings? Do you feel that the church committee has revealed all the information that they've gathered?
No way. No way. No way.
What percentage would you say they've released of the material from a personal viewpoint?
Personal viewpoint, I'd say about 10%, if that. That's kind of stretching it, I believe.
When you went to Washington to testify, you took a lot of evidence with you.
Yes, I did.
Physical evidence.
Yes, I did.
They kept that evidence.
Yes, they did.
Where is it?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
It was never made public.
No, it wasn't.
Was it strong evidence?
It was very strong evidence. I mean, how strong can you get when you actually have the voice of the man speaking to you over the telephone, instructing you after you fill certain particular paperwork to burn that garage up? And he says his name. Yeah. I think that's very strong evidence.
Well, what do you make of their reticence in releasing this information?
Well, let me put it to you like this. I think the whole thing was a farce. I think it was a setup. When I went up there, I was interviewed by some people from the Justice Department, which was cool. But then also they had two agents from the Bureau. that interviewed me for an hour concerning the information that they damn sure knew about. You know, I think church cooperated with the authorities to a great extent as far as holding back certain elements of things. You know, the Bureau has a good way of dealing with senators and congressmen. You know, when they try to release something on them, they say, "Hey, well, this file is still active, or this case is still actively going on, and if you release this pertinent information, then it will destroy the whole case." That kind of thing. So, what is that called? There is a expression that they use for this. I'm trying to remember that expression. It's a little legal terminology in the interest of national security.
We've aired these interviews in the hope that we've provided information and food for thought. It's not our purpose to characterize Mr. Perry nor judge him. If you choose, however, to pass judgment on Dothart Perry, it might also be appropriate to question whether or not each of us bears some responsibility for having allowed things like this to occur and continue to this very day.
You know you're going to go to prison, don't you? Sooner or later. Or do you think you might get away? I don't think I'm going to prison. I really don't think I'm going to prison. Are you in fear of your life? Not particularly. How can that be? It's like this. I mean, all the characters that you've been running with, and now you're turning and talking about them, naming names. Somebody's got to get warm. This interview, full face on camera, is a good chance it's going to be seen nationwide. Well, I take it like this. I've played the game this long. I'll play the game out. I think I have a little bit more going for me now than I had before. I think people are aware of the position that I was in and why I was in the position I was in. And I don't think the Bureau under any circumstances wants to put their hands on me. The fact is, I think they're going to be using most of their time denying that they've ever known me. The fact is, when this stuff, when I first came out with it, that was one of the things. We've never talked to him before. We don't know him. You know. Then later on, it was a thing. Well, yes, we know him, but he never worked for us. Then the third thing that came out. Well, yes, he worked for us, but he didn't work for us at the times he said he worked for us. I think they're more worried about people becoming aware of what's happening, more so than me.
In your career as an informer, you committed arson, you witnessed murder, you stole weapons and supplied them to certain groups under false pretenses. You procured information from people. That's an ugly mirror to hang up in front of your face, isn't it?
Definitely.
You don't care.
But then also, if you're thinking about the part of them pressing charges against me behind those actions that I did, you have to also think in part that if they're going to press charges against me, then they have to press charges against them.
How much would you say you've earned in your career as an informer? Have you ever thought about it?
No, not really. I would say anywhere in the seven-year period, I'd say anywhere between $50,000-$60,000.
Over.
He does not care. I gotta sneeze again. He does not care. He didn't give a fuck. Listen, trust me when I tell y'all. You think he gave a fuck about that money? He didn't care.
7-year period.
This is clearly someone who has been adopted, thrown away in the system, and more than likely has a black father who has pumped and dumped his mother, who has dumped him. This is what this is.
Not a lot of money, no.
Gotta bring it back to that.
Per se, it really wasn't the money. It was the pressure. You'd be surprised at what a squeeze in the right place can do to a person. Because if you had told me when I got out of the service that I would work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, I told you were out of your mind.
And you're saying to our audience today that there are many, many, many black people, brothers and sisters, who are caught in the same bind that you were in.
Or worse.
And are working for the government.
Oh, yeah.
Informing on our people.
Definitely. The thing that really irritates me about this whole situation is that, of course, I know what I've done. You know, I'm well aware of that. I don't need to be reminded of it. But I think that black people in general need to be reminded of it because it's happening every day, and it's happening in every city in this country. I doubt that there's a place between Alaska and California that it's not happening to black people. But the thing that gets me is that black people are sitting back and they're saying, yeah, well, get him. Yeah, you can get me. Big deal. You haven't hurt them one iota. Fact is, you did them a favor, if you really want to get down to it. You did them an immense favor because you killed the cat that was pulling your coattail, and that's all they want anyway. You know, the thing is dealing directly with them. Use your lawmakers, your so-called prestigious community leaders to go out there and start questioning these people, letting them know that they're not going to allow this type of situation to happen anymore.
Are you saying then that too many black folks today are apathetic and laying back in the cup, that you don't see enough resentment to what has gone down?
Definitely, I'm saying that. If I was part of the madness and it makes me ill and it makes me angry, and I can go out here and do what I'm doing now, and these are the people that it was being done to, and they don't even give a damn, then hey man, what's happening? You know, you tell me, you let me know.
As far back as the 1920s, when he began as FBI director, Hoover had gone after persons like Marcus Garvey. Garvey's organization, the Universal Negro Improvement Association, had a membership numbering in the millions.
Marcus Garvey.
And somehow, Hoover found this threatening and worthy of surveillance and undermining attempts. Garvey's influence had been international and had drawn world attention to America's treatment of black people. Paul Robeson was another who was viewed by Hoover as an enemy. This reporter has personally examined thousands of FBI, CIA, and other U.S. government agency documents that were kept on Paul Robeson. Robeson, like Garvey, had an international audience.
Isn't this not a crime? Isn't this not unhumane? To just take people's life, whether you're the FBI or whatever, are they not regular human being people like us that work for the FBI? So you telling me they could just take people's life? People can infiltrate, help them take people's life. And the ones who infiltrated get the karma by getting in front of everybody, telling them what they did to take these people's life. While using the dark psychology to scare you into even doing anything like this. To scare you that you think everybody's a goddamn mammy and you gotta kick everybody out and be a mean girl. Shit like that. The hell is this?
At his command, and he used that platform to denounce racism in the United States.
Most importantly, however, the questions raised for the State Department as to my political opinion. Here's the question of whether one who wants to sing and act can have, as a citizen, political opinion. And in attacking me, they suggested that when I was abroad, I spoke out against injustices to the Negro people in the United States. I certainly did. And the Supreme Court Justice just ruled, Judge Warren, in the segregation cases, that world opinion had a lot to do with that ruling, that our children, Negro children, can go to school like anybody else in the South. I'm very proud to have been a part of directing world opinion to precisely that condition. The second, that I fight for the independence of the colonial peoples of Africa. Bandung, the colored peoples of the world assembled and made it clear that nobody is going to tell them what to do. They're going to have the independence. I'm proud of that.
When the 60s came, many factions of the civil rights movement had developed the same international perspective.
Those of us living in the United States who see ourselves as, and who are in fact, descendants of the Africans who were brought to this country, who were enslaved, who were rebelling and revolting now against our oppressive condition, and we are concerned about Africa. We see Africa as our motherland, and we feel that we have a responsibility to speak with as much passion as any other African on this issue. The United States government says that change must come in South Africa through peaceful means. That same government has over 500,000 troops in Vietnam fighting not white people, but brown Vietnamese.
So it is small wonder that the civil rights movement was also subjected to heavy attacks by Hoover. Billions of government dollars were spent in this direction. Many of these activities were not only unwarranted, but of questionable legality. The congressional hearings into the assassination of Dr. King bore this out. 2 FBI agents testified before a Senate committee chaired by Senator Frank Church.
I'm trying to find out what it was that impelled some part of the FBI to pursue Martin Luther King with such an obsession. And what I understood that answer to be is, first of all, it was not any suspicions of the commission of a federal crime. None of the literature showed up a single suggestion that Martin Luther King had committed or was about to commit a crime. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir, but at this point, much of what was being done did involve challenges to local laws. And there is a very strong suggestion that King was seen as rallying the lawbreakers and would-be lawbreakers, albeit for a cause that sounded pure. Looking now in terms of, if we look at what might have gotten the Bureau started, remember at the same time he is extremely critical of the Bureau's own law enforcement efforts. And we see throughout these documents and the New Left documents that it is taboo to criticize the Bureau and particularly the director.
Well, was he ever charged with fomenting violence? Did he ever participate in violence? Was it ever alleged that he was about to be violent?
That was the very opposite of his philosophy, Senator.
So that it was neither the fear of commission of a crime or the commission of violence. Was there any serious charge that he himself was a communist?
No such charge ever was made.
So that what was left then was a decision on the part of some persons or person within the FBI that he should nevertheless be pursued. And the basis for that apparently was political. The decision that he was dangerous or potentially dangerous to someone's notion of what this country should be doing, and a further theory that the FBI possessed the ability to enter into this field and to investigate and to intimidate and seek to neutralize and indeed replace a civil rights leader that they thought to be politically unacceptable. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And the tactics they used apparently had no end. Microphonic surveillance of hotel rooms. They included informants. They included sponsoring of letters signed by phony names to relatives and friends and organizers. They involved even plans to replace him with someone else the FBI was to select as a national civil rights leader. Is that correct?
Yes, that plan didn't get very far.
But it was seriously considered, and Mr. Hoover penned a note to that suggestion, commending its authors, did they not?
Yes.
Right. It also included an indirect attempt to persuade the Pope not to see him.
And many other people.
a direct attempt to persuade one of our major universities not to grant him a doctorate degree.
That's correct. After the March on Washington, there was an acceleration. He was defined because of his speech in that demonstration in Washington as the most dangerous and effective leader in the country, and there was a paper battle within the Bureau as to how best to attack him, and he was attacked. After Time magazine named him as Man of the Year, again, the Bureau finds that reprehensible, believes it must attack and destroy. When he was given the Nobel Prize, again, they seek to discredit Dr. King with the persons who welcomed him back from that award.
All right, I'm going to jump in
when
now.
he began to speak out against the Vietnam War, there's a new...
At the end of the day, okay, this ain't no nammy goddamn broadcast. Let me make that motherfucking clear. Okay? At the end of the day, the problem still remains that this was always what was the problem. It was between his own brother and so-called the white woman. Every time something got fucked up. This is a part of why the feminist movement was having women to separate and do their own things from what the males were doing. Even in the gay movement, that was for men. Women, the L was not supposed to be there. The L was a part of the feminist movement, but the masculine butch women in the L movement, male identified, wanted to be a part of the males, and that's why the L is in the LGBT. Do your own research. And then you have this. Black women follow what the males did because so-called males are supposed to be leaders, when honestly the trait of leadership is in the woman. And this is what happened every time she followed. It wasn't no black woman infiltrating no shit. Has anybody seen a black woman infiltrator anywhere? It was his own goddamn brother that came from foster care. I'm sure it was black women in foster care, but did they use her? No, because more than likely she didn't fuck with them niggas and she ain't want shit to do with them, even if it was money to infiltrate. You couldn't get her to do it. But even if so, look who suffers at the end of it all.
Crescendo of efforts by the Bureau to discredit and destroy Dr. King.
It is my feeling that the assassination of Dr. King was a part of a conspiracy in the country, and I do believe that some individuals in very high places of our government were involved in this conspiracy. And it is the same conspiracy that eliminated and destroyed President Kennedy, Senator Kennedy, Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, and so many other freedom and human rights individuals.
I'm convinced the government was involved at some level. I will never separate the conduct, the attitude of who run the FBI from Dr. King's assassination. I never will do that.
I think one of the most important things that come out in that investigation was that Martin Luther King in Memphis was in a white hotel, and the FBI admitted that they leaked to the press that Dr. King was staying in a white hotel instead of a black hotel, and it was that embarrassment that forced Dr. King to move into the Lorraine Hotel where he was killed.
There are more questions regarding the FBI's role in the assassination of Dr. King. For example, why was Dr. King stripped of his protection just before he was killed in Memphis? Reporter Les Payne and myself interviewed Police Officer Ed Reddy of the Memphis Police Department, who told how he was mysteriously removed from his security post near Dr. King. However, later, his superior, Chief Holloman, denied doing so.
Why do you feel you were pulled away from your assignment of surveillance that day? Why do you think they pulled you away?
I think because whoever pulled the trigger, I could identify. When there were complaints from somebody, did we reduce manpower at the Lorraine? Did we reduce manpower in the area?
No.
The Attorney General in 1965 had for 25 years authorized wiretaps in a fairly widespread fashion. This was just one. At the very most, the only thing I can think of that I would have done, but I didn't even do that, was go talk to Bob Kennedy and ask him about it. But Mr. Katzenbach, in whom I also had great confidence, without giving me the details, said that it was all right, that he had, that there were it was not being done anymore, it would not be done anymore, and that there's just nothing to worry about.
I think the issue is the neo-fascist police state mentality that pervaded the intelligence community that is a danger to America to this day.
Malcolm X was kept under heavy FBI surveillance since he got out of
Malcolm
prison
X is smart,
in
though. He knew that.
1953. As he rose to national prominence as the Black Muslims' chief spokesman, he became aware that he was under close watch.
Our desire, our prayer, that we can have a peaceful, intelligent rally here this afternoon. But at the same time, we see that they have surrounded us with many of their own agents in uniform and out of uniform.
That surveillance escalated into the infiltration of the Nation of Islam. Personal frailties were played upon. Jealousy arose, and Malcolm was ultimately ousted from that organization. This caused an intense climate of rivalry that set the stage for Malcolm's assassination in February of 1965.
He was really declared a hypocrite at the time. And because of some of the things that he was saying in regards to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, may God be pleased with him, a strong position was really taken against him. The ministers began to speak out against the things that Malcolm was saying in regards to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, accusations that he had made about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He had accused the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, for instance, of fathering children, etc. And you must understand that at that time, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, to the Muslims then, was held in such high reverence as you would even think of any prophet.
So a lot of people who had the wisdom to see that there was infiltration and that it was something, right? It's like the movie Donnie Brasco. Good ass movie. And one of the guys called it out. I never forget, it was the shortest guy in the room. He was like, I ain't never seen you shoot a gun. I never seen you commit a crime. But I see everybody else do it around you. And when he called out Donnie Brasco, that's when Donnie Brasco got tough. But it's these type of things, if people pay attention to the way and the art of manipulation, they would have caught on to, wait a minute, why the fuck you beating him up for telling him, well, wait a minute, because he was speaking the truth. So he had to cause chaos in the room. A lot of infiltrators cause chaos in the room. Okay? That's just what it is. They're the loudest, the Black Power. Black Power, you know, they're the ones doing that and all that. If a deep conversation come up, they bring up anger and rage and all kind of a shit and just kind of just ravel up the room and just shake it up. Those are your infiltrators, and it's always been that way.
He was held in high reverence. And this is the kind of love and admiration that Muslims at this time had for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So when Minister Malcolm began to say those things, it was taken as an outright lie. I would say that, take for instance, one time in the Muhammad speech at the time, the newspaper printed a big article concerning the chief hypocrite. They actually had a picture of Malcolm's head, rolling or bouncing down the street at the time.
Ooh.
And, the way that picture is depicted, he has little horns on his head and things like that here. So indirectly, I would say that a very, very strong position was taken against him.
Yes, he's immoral. You can't take 9 teenage women and seduce them and give them babies and not tell me and then tell me you're moral. You could do it if you admitted you did it and admitted that the babies were yours. I'd shake your hand and call you a man. A good one, too. But anytime you seduce teenage girls and make them be charged with adultery, make them hide your crime, why, you're not even a man, much less a divine man. So, and this is what he did. He took at least 9 that we know about. And I'm not speculating because he told this to me himself. Yes, that's why he wanted me dead, because he knew that as soon as I woke up, I'd tell him.
Plan of action was basically what took place.
I don't know who this guy is.
We took seats down in the front of the Audubon. We came early. We would drift into the Audubon. If indeed there was a search, then we could never enter. There was no search, so we drifted in just like we had hoped to. Leon Davis and myself took seats down front on the left-hand side. President and William, who carried a sort of shotgun, sat right behind us, and Wilbur sat somewhat in the back or almost in the middle. And our plan was, as soon as the brother came out to speak, that Wilbur would throw the smoke bomb to make a distraction, and that Will would fire his shotgun, and that Leon and myself, we would fire ours, and then just play for the door.
And I bring before you Minister Malcolm, and I pray that you and I will listen and understand. Thank you.
As in Dr. King's assassination, a police superior has trouble with the truth. He tells reporters that 2 suspects were arrested at the Audubon. Later, official police reports say that 1 was arrested. Also, listen closely as the police official carefully handles the question about police on the scene.
We have 2 suspects in custody now.
Where were they fired the shot?
I wouldn't know that at this time.
Where were they arrested, sir?
One of these men was arrested on the street by one of our patrolmen close by.
There were no police at this meeting, were there, Inspector?
There were no uniformed policemen assigned inside this hallway.
No uniformed police on the scene. Does this mean that police out of uniform were there? And if so, why didn't they take action? What were they doing there? This behavior pattern rings a bell of striking similarity with the behavior pattern of the CIA overseas.
The church committee produced cables, demanded and got cables, which proved it traced the CIA's plan to kill Lumumba. Sid Gottlieb got on a plane and went to Leopoldville. Headquarters sent a cable saying, use the poison. Gottlieb was couriering for the poison. Headquarters sent a cable saying, you have to use it promptly because it deteriorates. And they had a plan to try and get it into his toothpaste or give it to him in a Mickey at some social function. And then there's a gap, no cables, no explanation of what happened. Then 5 weeks later, he's beaten to death on an airplane. And unfortunately, though, the airplane was in the control of people who had agency cryptonams. And the gap
of what happened has never been answered. The men who were involved and were responsible obviously aren't speaking out, and there's no paper to prove anything.
So perhaps the same tactics were used against the civil rights movement. Heavy infiltration of the ranks, spread the seeds of dissension, then step back and let the blood spill.
As I see it, Mr. Chairman, it is for this committee to be able to figure out how to persuade the people of this country that indeed it did go on. And how shall we ensure that it never happened again? But it will happen repeatedly unless we can bring ourselves to understand and accept that it did go on. And I say that as one who worked as a United States Attorney with the Bureau, have enormous respect for its capacities in the field of kidnapping, bank robbery, a lot of other things, but am appalled to what if it's correct, the intelligence side of that Bureau was up to for so long.
If we would like to believe that the FBI would do all this viciousness and all of these things to an individual and would stop short of killing him, then we're out of our mind. In America today, if we believe the CIA would deal with foreign assassinations and would not consider it at home, that's like saying the mafia runs crooked gambling tables in South America, but honest ones in America. It just ain't true.
Dick Gregory lived too goddamn long. I think that motherfucker lived to like almost 100.
The struggle ended. Many of the prominent figures like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr. were assassinated amidst an intense climate of hatred that government agencies were acutely aware of. In fact, the FBI contributed to creating the climate of hate. Moreover, the assassinations themselves appear to have been facilitated by an elaborate network of government and police agencies who were watching very closely every move that Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr. were making, and then at the same time, they disappeared just as the assassinations occurred. But those are the leaders. What about the students, the troops of the movement? They too are subjected to harassment. This document that you're looking at now shows how the FBI tried to divide factions within the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. And the Black Panther Party was also subjected to heavy surveillance.
Yeah.
We knew the history of the FBI's infiltration tactics in other organizations, particularly the American Communist Party. There was already a record compiled that showed that the FBI was even in charge of various branches of the Communist Party. So we understood that police tactic of infiltration. There was a situation where, in a sense, white racism was its own victim. Like, for racist reasons, J. Edgar Hoover had not recruited black agents. He had a lot of white agents. And it takes time to train some black agents. In the meantime, those white agents, try as they might, were not able to infiltrate our ranks because the Black Panther Party did not have any white members, okay? And we relied upon people that we knew. And we kept people that we didn't know on another level. And I think this is why we didn't suffer more that way, because they did catch up and start a crash program of recruiting black agents, and they very quickly filled that gap, but it took them about a year to do it.
In the summer of 1978, I interviewed a man who worked as an informer for the FBI during the 1960s. His name is Dothard Perry, also known as Ed Riggs, also known as Bill Perry, also known as Othello. How are you paid?
The pay was always in cash. Cash, and you would sign a card. It would go like this. A rendezvous or a drop-off point would be picked out either by yourself or the agent. You would meet the agent there, and usually it would be in a vehicle. You get in the vehicle, he would hand you the money. He would tell you first to count the money. He would tell you the amount while you counted it. If the amount was there, he would then bring out a card. On that card would be for the week of such and such. In other words, the week was dated. So-and-so has been paid the amount of. Then you would sign the card, and then the agent would sign the card. The reason for this is that if all of a sudden the IRS became very interested about where you were getting all this extra money from, you could always tell them to go back to the Bureau, and the Bureau would have your cards on file.
I see. Were there such things as bonuses?
Oh, yes.
What were they paid for?
Bonuses were paid for, suppose while you were meeting with, or you were at a meeting with Bobby Seals, Chu of the Red Army happened to come to the meeting too, which is something which would be a new development. That's bonus time.
In other words, a hot piece of information.
Hot piece, very hot piece.
Did you ever suffer pangs of conscience?
Quite a few times.
He ain't suffer no pangs of no conscience. He don't give a fuck.
I still suffer pangs of conscience. I suffer from the fact that a lot of people trusted me, and I misused that trust. I suffer from the fact that a lot of information that I gave out was the undoing of certain groups or certain people. I suffer from the fact that I'm on the run constantly. I have no real life to speak of.
You have no family life, really? You have a wife?
No, I don't have a wife. I do have a child. I can't see her.
Even if you repay this part, I'm trying to tell you, he has no fucking remorse. The only thing that the FBI even put him up to this. Trust me when I fucking tell you. If someone is hanging over your head to that motherfucking capacity, tell me they can't kill you. And no one will ever know nothing. He feels no fucking remorse.
That often.
The William Hart guy, I can feel it. I can see it in his eyes. This motherfucker feels nothing.
And harassment starts. I have very few close personal friends, no one to really confide in. It's like being on the outside of a glass jar and everything is happening inside the jar, but you're on the outside. You can see it happening, but you can't participate.
Why have you decided to talk to me?
For the simple reason, I think this information should be getting out, should be put out to the public. I think not only black people, but everyone should become aware of what your so-called law enforcement agencies do to so-called enforce the law. Because between you, myself, and the audience, I've seen more felons in law enforcement than I have in prison.
Many would say, well, look, you yourself just got through saying that the DLA was involved in criminal activity. What's wrong with wanting to put them in prison? How would you answer them?
I would answer them in this way. First off, we have to understand why they did what they did. But I'm not even going to go off into that psychological hoo-ha. What I'm going to say is when you become just as bad as the people that you go after, then there's nothing gained and a whole lot lost.
You also were active in the infiltration of many cultural groups.
Before we go into that step by step, how much research and study did the FBI engage in of black culture in the late 60s?
A great amount.
Give me an idea.
From the thing is, I can, they have a file on every type of magazine that blacks read. They have a file on the music, dance, theater, actors, comedians, you name it, man.
And they would actually study these?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, definitely.
What did they do with music?
To understand the people, you have to understand the culture. To infiltrate, you have to understand.
Yeah, he playing this part again.
You had a lot of so-called white liberals that were infiltrating the so-called black groups using the information that they had gathered from the studies of blacks.
You mean just to understand the behavior pattern of our people?
Oh yeah, I can, Will Deaton could name out some jams of Miles Davis that I hadn't even heard of. He could name off some books that I hadn't even read pertaining to black culture.
Do you ever see agents actually studying the music of?
Yes. I've seen them going over even video portion of cultural events. The understanding, like when, you have an organization like Leroy Jones Black House. You remember that? Okay, Leroy Jones's place, which was done on the thing of tribalism. That's where I first heard the word Kintu, Mantu, Huntu, Hentu. These words, the African continuum. I learned that from an agent. He ran it down to me. They make in-depth studies of the personalities of the people they're dealing with too. Culturally, it always helps when it's a thing of you can take their culture and use it against them.
How large would you say an extensive collection on our culture would you say the FBI has? Would you rate it as large as a particular library, like the Schomburg Library in Harlem? Or?
I would rate it better. And the fact is that they go into details that we probably would overlook. Will Heaton used to meet me in different places. Will Heaton, that was one of my supervising agents. There is a certain bar in the Los Angeles area where people into black cultural things met, and Will Heaton used to meet me there. And he would go into very long and tiring conversations with some very articulate brothers about culture, African culture, and Afro-American culture.
Tell me about some of the cultural organizations that you infiltrated and what you did.
One thing I fucking despise is when anybody that is fucking white tries to tell me anything about Africa or being from Africa. I tear their ass a new fucking one. And I do hate to be called African American. You will not tell me what the fuck my history is. And you will not fucking tell me who I am.
Pasla, Mafunde, Watts Writers Workshop, which they had.
Watts Writers Workshop?
Yes. Watts Writers Workshop, which was one of the oldest established black writers workshop.
That place was burned down.
Yeah. The Bureau had it burnt down.
How do you know that?
I know because I participated. I did the arson.
You burned down the Watts Writers?
Yes.
Why did they want it to go?
At the time, funding had been cut to the workshop, had been cut out, but it looked like there was a possibility of a grant being given back to the workshop. And if there was no theaters, there would be no grant.
How did you do it?
2 cans of kerosene, Purex bottle, gasoline, and a flare, highway flare.
Why didn't you use more sophisticated stuff?
Oh, no. No. You're never overly sophisticated. It's too obvious. This way you make it look like, maybe somebody in the neighborhood that got kicked out of theater at one time got mad and came and burned the damn theater up, that kind of thing.
You were involved in this theater? I mean, didn't it get to you at all what you were?
Hey, man, that got to me a great deal. I love that theater. I built the stage.
You built the stage?
Oh, yeah. When I got to the workshop, the stage that had been, the original stage that had been built needed an extension on it. The original part of the stage was in terrible condition. They had no lighting system. I put the lighting system in myself. I put the stage in myself. And that was a stage, man. And that was a theater. It's a nice theater.
Who was the director of that workshop?
Harry Dolan.
Harry Dolan. Some very, very well-known artists supported that workshop. They were related to it.
Some very well-known artists came out of the Watts Writers workshop. Glenn Tubman, Yaphet Kotto, Sidney Poitier used to come down there and give a class. Sammy Davis Jr. used to come down there all the time. Quincy Jones used to come there and give music classes. We had our own 8-track studio setup for sound. We had our own sound room there.
Was part of your other activities and responsibilities to study the profiles of celebrities who were supportive of organizations?
Definitely, and especially, like I said, psychological backgrounds, weaknesses and strengths. Did he have a weakness for blondes? Did he have a weakness for money? Did he snort cocaine? Did he smoke marijuana? They even get into, and that's one thing the Bureau loves is their sexual background. They have files and files on different blacks, not only celebrities, but a lot of others, sexual activity.
What would they do with this information?
Oh, that's used as a weakness.
So they would feed these to these weak.
Muted. It was muted. So there was this one music artist that said he ended up firing some people on his team because when he got signed to this label, they were telling him, like, they had a list of women. They were like, you would look really good if you were to date her. Like, they really had women lined up for him to date. And he was like, he fired them. Like, I'm not fucking doing that. Yeah, man. So if they can keep track of your sexual activity and who you dating, more than likely they're controlling who comes around.
Yes.
Did you see that happen?
Oh, yes.
See, let me go ahead. When Kendall St. Charles started the Divestment, she was the first. She's the creator of Divestment, y'all. Kendall St. Charles. She came from a very spiritual perspective. And also, she's the mother with the son, a black son. And she's also a Caribbean woman from Brooklyn, right? Hence, her name was Brooklyn Blue. And so she was tackling topics that no one else was tackling in those times. Remember, the males are running rampant for their hate of women, especially black women, mainly black women. The men were running rampant in their expression of how other women of other races were better. The men were running rampant, put a whole documentary together saying, go to Brazil, because after you leave America, and after you leave Brazil and come back to America, you're going to be mad as hell. This is what they were doing. She and the other women in between that were speaking about the patriarch, the males, and how they do, and this and that, and all of this. Then it turned into this swirler thing. Then I remember it was mixed women already who was saying have more mixed babies. I had a friend who is Jamaican and British, and she was like mixed baby. She had a niece that was mixed from her Jamaican brother, and she was all about having more mixed babies. We need more mixed babies. And then turn around, then this divestment thing got bigger. And then sometime it got a little weird with some of those divestors because it was kind of like, what's going on here? And the N-word being dropped and all this shit with the hard R and shit. And then we got the divested zealots. And with that, that's when you got women who came with a little bit more sophistication with it. And they're not letting nobody in, and they keep the same panel. So if anybody fall apart in that DZ circle, it will be them amongst each other. But see, where she's very smart is she has them worshiping her. I don't know if she took them out to a mansion dinner. I don't know what. They sound like they kiss her feet, okay? But whatever she's doing, it's working. Because not only does she have a loyal panel, she has women who also will fight for her and not let anybody on her panel and do anything when it comes to her. You understand? So, again, this all comes about from situations such as these. And then it goes back to what I said about the infiltration on Black culture in the Black community of people of color, period. You heard what he said. He said the Asians, the Latinos, he named them all. That the FBI go after. Everybody but European white supremacy, they went after. And so you have the divestors telling you to date outside your race. Date closer to white supremacy. So again, I mean, you just have to I hope you all are getting what I'm trying to say here. This is going to be a pretty long show because this shit is good. I wasn't expecting myself to say it.
Doc Holliday, who is one of the leaders of the VGF, Black Gorilla Family, which is a prison gang in the California state prison system. Upon his release from prison, a certain sister made herself known to him at a nightclub, whereupon he moved in with her, and she picked up names, telephone numbers, information, that kind of thing. That lasted for a good 3.5 months.
Was this an unusual thing, or did it happen often?
No, that happens all the time.
Did you yourself get involved in doing that?
Yes.
Give me an example.
There was a gentleman that was on trial in Los Angeles that belonged to the BLA that had been busted in a southern state for a bank robbery, but was brought with 2 other people to Los Angeles to stand trial for the machine gunning of a police officer in Los Angeles. I was supposed to worm my way into the affections of his sister and whatever it took to get the information that I needed as far as what kind of defense they planned to use as to turn this information over to the federal prosecution.
Did you do it?
I got the information, and thank God I didn't have to go through with the actual thing of sexual activity.
What do you mean, thank God?
The sister was rather unappealing.
How did you justify to the organizations in which you had infiltrated yourself that you were living on an $800 a week stipend or on an $800 a week standard of living, and most of them were living hand to mouth?
Is this being repeated? Because I'm about to go ahead and fast forward because we don't see this already.
Hey, so a little this on the side, a little that on the side, I get over, that kind of thing. In other words, ain't nobody.
Let's see what's name? That dude.
Intelligence agencies are very good at conspiracies. They're very good at setting people up to be killed. They are very good at making innuendos so the person will be killed.
City police don't know about it because they have policemen in there. They don't let black people form anything without some policemen in there. And while I was in the black Muslim movement, all the black Muslim movement, many of the police who were sent to infiltrate us, they're black, would tell me, say, look, I'm a cop, but I have to come. They would tell me. I knew the Muslim movement was full of police. So don't you think anything is going down that they don't know about? The only thing that goes down is what they want to go down. And what they don't want to go down, they don't let it go down.
Something else was used against the students that drove the final nails into the coffin, killing the movement.
What stopped it, of course, almost dead in its tracks, and not by any accident,
This nigga been forever old, bro. That nigga
was
been
the
forever old.
widespread
I remember they was
and
dragging this nigga to
deliberately
get him to talk.
organized, they deliberately organized widespread use of drugs. The fact that a decision was made, and I think most of you familiar with the broadcast of the mafia defector who went on public media to declare what happened and outline in great detail the great plan of how to destroy the black youth of the nation, starting in New York. He said in a meeting 20 miles outside of New York City, the great decision was made. He said you didn't have to guess about it, and those who heard him know that I'm quoting him almost verbatim.
Oh my goodness, bro. I can't never like listening to this man talk. I don't know what the fuck
The
he's saying.
decision was who invaded the white community of predominantly white schools. That New York and other large cities were to be divided up.
Let's try
I
again.
think most of you familiar with the broadcast of the
Read
mafia
the captions.
defector who went on public media to declare what happened and outline in great detail the great plan of how to destroy the black youth of the nation, starting in New York. He said in a meeting 20 miles outside of New York City, the great decision was made. He said you didn't have to guess about it, and those who heard him know that I'm quoting him almost verbatim, because he was there. And the decision was to concentrate the distribution of drugs on the black youth of the nation, starting in New York. Starting in New York. Beginning in elementary school. And that to punish, even on the pain of death, any of the distributors who invaded the white community of predominantly white schools. That New York and other large cities were to be divided up into districts. The district commander, black, was to be given any kind of car he wanted, Mercedes, Rolls Royce, anything, because this would be a part of the sales pitch.
The blacks just love fine cars, and he drive around through the community in these fine cars, and some of his key assistants, and he'd be identified, he'd be known, that sort of stuff. And so the story, I'm not going any further into it, but thus it began and the spread over the country, and we fell for it. Now, one thing was important, that the thing to attract the blacks, more than any other thing, more than the drug itself, but to spread the word, have a number of key young people in it, and to spread the word is this is the end thing, so that'll get them. Just say it's the end thing, and they'll brave the fires of hell to be a part of the end thing.
So that's our story of the decade of struggle. We put together this film to pay particular homage and tribute to the extraordinary young people of that era. And we give the story to our young people of today in particular, in the hope that they'll stop and think of much of the negativism that they're caught up in nowadays and try to understand why.
All right. This is a book I'm definitely going to read to see what they talk about in this book. Let me see. Let me go ahead and take this down. I done did a whole goddamn show for real, y'all. Did a whole goddamn. I need this mic to stop muting. I did a whole goddamn show for y'all. Wow. Wow. I'm saying wow because I thought this person was going to give commentary. Okay. I thought they were going to give commentary. All right. They not. Oh boy, y'all still talking about the goddamn Illuminati, please. I'm sitting here just looking at their shit. Mm-hmm. Like I said, hidden in plain sight. Hidden in plain sight, everybody. How did this man be able to get up there with a smile? He was smiling. He was smiling about what the fuck he did. You can't fucking tell me that this is not the product, and I'm going to have to say it, of a Becky and a black man child. You can't tell me he wasn't the product of that. He had an entire smile. I didn't even get to William. He had an entire smile on his face. Then he had to tell them, well, you know, your people know they need to start, paying attention. He talked out of it. He talked with the black community and black people and these black people and these black males and the black and the black gal. When he mentioned that black shit was not appealing. He ain't want shit to do with the black community. He gave a fuck about that black community. He said he loved it. It was like, oh, they about to get a grant for this theater. Here's the kerosene in the lighter. That motherfucker was happy to do that shit. Oh, no. You can't do it too clean, man. You can't do it too clean. You gotta do it sloppy. I make it look like one of them did it. Did you hear how he was talking? I gave information on He just sounds so heartless. You know, I gave information on, you know, people, and I unveiled some things, and he don't give a fuck that he did that. How you believe anything? Oh, I don't have a wife. I do have a child, a daughter. And then every time I come see the Farm Bureau, the federal FBI comes, he say the whole federal bureau he say the whole name. He kept saying their whole name. He didn't say FBI. He kept saying their whole fucking name. Did y'all realize that? The federal bureau, the federal bureau. He kept saying it thoroughly. Well, go after me. Is that? All right. At the end of the day, the reality is the black male is the biggest fucking betrayer of them all. You sit here, you saw that young lady, that grown woman who was with the Mennonite that adopted her to be a black slave child. While you got black males that are sitting in the Mennonite and being a part of that fucking religion, knowing that those black children are being slaves. Here you have black males creating something for the community. As y'all say, a community, as y'all say. And here you have another black male infiltrating that shit and setting gasoline to their bookstore and their grants and their theaters. And here you have fucking Malcolm X talking about if a man impregnated non-woman and he admitted that he did it, I say he a man for that. But then da-da-da-da-da-da. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck you too, Malcolm X. Y'all need to be looking at that nigga sideways, because who the fuck was talking to him and telling him all the shit that they was telling him? He was another. Y'all never thought he was an informant? Malcolm X talked about this and that, and you know he knew too much. The same way Dr. York did too. Oh, they're gonna get me for this. They're gonna get me. They're clearing their karma. These people ain't never had no intentions of building no community for y'all. They don't. This is why there's no mega corporations owned by him. This is the point I'm trying to make. One bank, Bank One. Literally, that's the name of the bank. Bank One. That's supposed to be owned by a black man, if it's even owned by a black man. Bank One. Excuse me, y'all. I got the sniffles. My house is hot and I got the sniffles. I guess it caught up with me. 1 second. I want to play something else for y'all. Just give me a minute. I gotta step away from the microphone because, yeah. It's all gone. Dying fetus. Oh, that's somebody else. Oh, there's counting the conspiracy to destroy black boys. Ooh, the unhinged end of Jeffree Star. Damn, I used to watch Jeffree Star. Black American protect your assets. Let's look at something else. Because I feel like looking at this while I blow my nose. 1 second. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play this. Nothing this long. Pink pill 2 years ago. Okay. Let's see what this one is. This somebody named Ches Charday.
So, one of the best things about CBT Nuggets is that our entire library is included with your subscription. Wow.
I mentioned this before. There's a study that happened that was it looked at
online dating profiles that look like online dating habits, and it also conducted in-person interviews. Again, it included a sample size of about 1 million people, looked at a popular dating website. It was a peer-reviewed study conducted by a team of sociologists over a span of a couple of years. So this was a rather intensive study. And again, what it found after looking at that study, when it looked at preferences that women had across races, minority women, Latina women, Asian women, Black women, some Indian women, what it found was that these women, for whatever reason, responded primarily, first and foremost, to white men who reached out to them. And then they responded to men of their own race. So again, they responded first and foremost, most often to white men, secondarily to men of their own race. Basically meaning there was a higher preference for white men that all minority women showed, not just Black women, but all minority women, Latina, Asian, Black women, whatever, all showed. And then secondarily, it was to men of their own race. And then they looked at, how they filtered. You had some minority women who filtered race of their own men out. You had some minority women who, they did all kinds of different things to show their preference. But this is what the data was found. And so that particular short I was breaking down, not my opinion, not what I just woke up one day and decided to make up, but what some of the different data was finding. Now, of course, that makes people really mad. It just doesn't really sound good. It doesn't sound good to the sisterhood narrative. And then for those, in the pro-Black community who want to believe that everybody loves Black people and that all Black people love Black people, that didn't sound good to them. So I got a lot of pushback. But the numbers are what they are. What the data also found was that although these women were really interested, highly interested in these men of other races, primarily white men, it did not necessarily mean that white men were interested in them. This is what I think it's really hard for Black women to grapple with when it comes to them dating out. There are men out there who have no interest in Black women when it comes to marriage. They have zero interest in ever.
This is what it's coming back to. I just needed to play that because I had to really blow my nose, bro. I really did, bro. I didn't understand what was going on here because I it's not hot, it's not cold, it's not hot. Like, what the fuck? Like, what's going on? Okay, so I was going to make a point here. We're going to share this tab instead, and we are going to show this on the screen. There has been a very big dame in distress story that has been told about the Black male. Okay? There is a dame in distress story that has been told about the Black male. And this dame in distress story is what has a lot of Black women fucked up out here about the Black male. Give or take, the whole entire patriarchy should be studied. But even as a woman, you should study the patriarchy of the males in your culture. How the patriarchy works with the males in your culture. See, going back to slavery culture, no matter how you want to slice that pie, you have to understand that Black culture is slavery culture. You're from the Caribbean, you come from slavery culture. Big time colorism in the Caribbean, and hair texturism and phenotypism in the fucking Caribbean. Slave culture. There's a mindset, a PTSD, and everything else that comes with it. There was projects, science experiments performed on Black people on the slave field by people from other fucking cultures. And this is why to this day you have Black people who do not like to go to the doctor. And if they have a doctor, they prefer a doctor that is Black themselves or Indian or Asian or something like that before they have somebody white be their doctor. I am so picky about having a doctor that it's hard for me to just go to the doctor now. My doctor is a Black woman. But still, it's not really easy for me to go to the doctor. Okay? Takes a lot for me to go. Even when my child goes, I'm monitoring who she's in that office with, because I'm very picky about the doctor. Now, this is all coming from the PTSD of slavery. Now, give or take, this is a patriarch. And the males in this patriarch can make it more than the woman. I've seen a lot of males who had jobs where they get paid way more than I do, and we do the same job. I've seen males get the same job that I did, get paid more than I do, and don't even do the job that they got hired for, which is the job that I end up doing. I've seen males do that all the time. And I've never felt no type of way about it. I just felt, okay, that's just what it is with them. Let them do that heavy lifting shit, because I ain't doing it. But then I sit here and I'm looking at, it has gotten to a point where the black woman, the woman of color, has said, adios, Negro. You have been left us. You have been turned your back on us. You were the first one to run into the fucking Supreme Court for interracial dating. You did not want to do anything for us or be anything to us. And it's documented of women on the slave field saying what they had to say about the Negro man. So he has a karma hanging over his motherfucking head that will continue to hang over his motherfucking head. To sit here and deny these things is, to me, the problem in black culture. These conversations amongst these black males are at very low IQ levels. They can't get past the fact when a woman is speaking actual facts about her experiences or the experience of what she sees with the black male. And it's like, well, is that one black male? And how many black males have you been with? There is no intellectual conversation with them. It's not going to go anywhere. I have seen black males conversate with people outside of their race who have very logical conversations with them, and they still don't go nowhere. It has been a fact that the black male is the least educated and least smart male. As a black woman who has black sons, one of them, I had a very hard time with the English, the reading part of everything, and eventually he got it. The other one, super smart. Okay? That one had a hard time. There's a lot of black women who are dealing with autism, what's that, Down syndrome, behavioral problems, and all kind of mental conditions with their black sons at fucking birth, before he gets his first, as soon as that little nigga start walking. I done seen it all. So who is the real problem? If then the semen chemical warfare stated that the male semen is karma, so then who's the goddamn problem? The destruction of black civilization is destruction y'all put upon each other. The story of Osiris and Seth is not on the walls of Egypt for no goddamn reason for centuries and years. The story of Isis being chopped up. I'm sorry. Of Osiris being chopped up and Isis looking for his penis. Trying to find his pieces and put his penis back together again like a bird. And what is the most derogatory term in the hood? A bird. A bitch that runs her mouth too much. A raggedy bitch. A bird doesn't have to be ugly, but a bird is a bitch that just run her mouth too much and she has no fucking boundaries and have no sense of self. Those are birds that we saw yesterday on the show. On the Kendra G show. Those are fucking birds. Okay? So all of this stuff, it's not an accident. But don't y'all dare, as they say in the South, try to top my head and tell me, woe is him that's sitting on the screen right now. I don't give a fuck about what I just said. I can speak what I speak because I do have black sons. Technically, my children are children of color. They're multiracial. Not that kind of, they're more like black Caribbean children, right? Like that. Black Caribbean, Spanish children, still Caribbean. But they're still classified as black children or children of color. I don't give a fuck if my daddy is fucking black. He's the same thing too. He's black and Spanish as well. Black and Caribbean as well. That doesn't mean a goddamn thing. It does not stop my analysis and my observation. It does not stop my analysis and my observation as the entire culture. That's people's problem. We have to look at the entire culture of people. Because even the Caribbean man ain't doing shit but grabbing up franchises and selling batteries and making his little stores that he sells belts and shoes and shit like that, and maybe sell a computer or something, and probably sell some weed on the side and probably some cocaine depending on how he's dealing. Caribbean man don't have no mega corporations either. And we know he was in the island of butt fucking breakers with the British. So do not insult people's intelligence as if we are not looking at the bigger fucking picture. You sit here and you want to say white supremacy the system, but what the fuck have you built in the system? What was Black Panthers really for, y'all? Was y'all planning to build mega corporations? Because it didn't sound like y'all was from the way the guy was talking. Were y'all building blanks back into the community with the Black Panther? Look like y'all look good and cleaned up your afros and threw your head fists up in the air. To me, even the black males who come from the foster care system being raised closer to white fucking supremacy, they don't even have mega corporations. So what's the fucking problem? Who's the fucking problem? And then we're not going to get into the land of illegitimate fucking children and all that type of shit that y'all do. We're not getting into that part. We're not even going to get into the religion of it all. And then the women who followed the shit. Because they don't know what true leadership is. They don't know what a true, I guess, alpha male is, if we're going to go there with it. And then the goddamn dykes and studs and doms and AGs and shit who take on the energy of the masculine is just as merrily fucked up as y'all. So can we really blame the fucking FBI? What the fuck was y'all about to do? Was y'all really about to build something for the community? Because I want. My microphone again. There should be no worry about homelessness if the black male if he built what he needed to build for the community. There should be no worry about where our money is going and people be like, don't put your money in the bank if the black male in the fucking patriarchy own fucking banks and corporations, own fucking houses. You want to tell me that's being stopped? Because I don't for 1 minute inside my intuition feel like it is. The reality The destruction of black civilization is that y'all don't have the capacity to fucking do it. That's why y'all are fucking abusive. That's why y'all are liars and fucking deceivers. That's why y'all are sexual fucking deviants. And that's why it takes mothers like me who raise my sons to make sure they don't be like niggas like y'all. But I have to bite the bullet because I birthed what I birthed here. And I know what I birthed. And I know what the fuck society is out there when they get out there. No matter what I say, it's their choice what they do. And that in itself is fucking sad. And this is why you have in the divested community, they don't trust women like me or women that have boys. Kendall St. Charles got offended when I was like, you're going to have to throw them mammies over the fence with them sons. You can't trust them. You're going to throw them over the fence. I'm telling you. She got offended by that. I don't give a shit. It is the truth. You're not going to be trusted. Go look at my series, The Harsh Truth About Divestment. You're not going to be trusted. You birth black sons. Okay? Who in return may birth more black sons. And so on. So the divestors wised up and realized what is just like the woman on the slave field when she had her child by master or someone other than a nigga. My child can be free. I can raise my child to be free. And then you have people who want to argue and say, well, what about the fact that the mother is black and the child gets to see? You don't know what the fuck nobody raising their child to be. I know somebody right now who black and tell their child that they're not black. And it's not one person. That's not the only person. I've seen it a few times. Especially Caribbean culture. I've seen a lot of Caribbean women with multiracial children. And they do not raise them as black children. You have the power to do what it is that you want to do with your child as a mama. Whether people believe that or not. You betrayed your own people. This shit is karma. And he knows that. And because he's a male, he's still defending you. See, that's the thing about Mr. White supremacy. He's going to still defend you as a male. But he know what you did. It's on record what you did to your own people. And what you continue to do with your own people. And because this is a patriarch and your behavior and the behavior of your women, because of your behavior and your fucking semen, it is the destruction of black civilization. You are the destruction of black civilization. And that's just the fucking reality. And that dude with the light eyes, yeah, him, that flamboyant one that was just talking earlier with the gap in his mouth, he hates y'all. And he know that. And he sat down close enough to y'all and listened to y'all. He ain't know a goddamn thing about black history. The FBI had to fucking tell him about Butundo and all that. I don't even know who the fuck that is. But that's who the fuck he had to learn from them. That's how much he didn't fuck with y'all. He didn't even want the woman. Said she wasn't attractive. He didn't want her, period, because she was black. So how does this happen? How does this happen? What was me? What was you? Poor me. Poor black man. Everybody's picking on me. It's deeper than that. It's deeper than that. Because remember what I told you. Any woman who loves you, everybody hates her. And nobody trusts her. Any woman who sits around and makes babies with you, back to back to back, different ones at that of y'all, nobody feels sorry for her. Now that I got on the topic, I'm gonna go ahead and show this situation. This food stamp thing. I have been wanting to watch this for a minute now. Something happened with the food stamp. This is 1 year ago. Wait a minute. I thought this was recent. Well, technically, 1 year ago could literally be, you know what I'm saying? Let me try to filter it. 1 second, y'all. Here we go. We'll cut food stamps for able-bodied people. People are outraged. Okay. Americans are outraged. The government is cutting food stamps for able-bodied people. Okay, let's check this out. Let's skip the person talking because I don't want these people across my screen. Hold on, let me check my microphone because my microphone be acting the fuck up.
Built to help YouTubers come up with video ideas.
Hey, what's up, fam? How are you doing? I just hope that you're doing fine. Waiting for your today.
Oh, he has an African accent. Yikes. Why does he have to show his fucking face? God damn, bro. I hate when they do that shit. Am I showing my fucking face? Shit.
Able-bodied adults who have no dependents. Now, this is where people can come to enroll in the food stamps program with the Department of Family and Children Services in Cobb County. And about 3,000 Cobb County residents who get those benefits are now under new requirements. We met Kiara Thomas applying for food stamps at the Cobb County DFACS office. She's got a child, but says those who don't have dependents still need help.
I mean, not everybody can work, and it's not that easy to find a job nowadays.
About 6,000 food stamp recipients in Metro Atlanta are now required to find work or get into a job training program after getting the benefit for 3 months. Those affected are adults who have no
out there who's talking about this is what you voted for when you voted for a Republican because you're mad because they're cutting food stamps. I want to let you all know that I am glad that they are cutting food stamps for people who are able-bodied adults without a dependent. If you are an able-bodied adult without any dependents, why is it that you are receiving food stamps in the first place? Why is it that you cannot get up and go to work like everybody else since you are an able-bodied adult without dependents? I'm glad that they're cutting food stamps. Now, I am not someone who thinks that nobody should ever get government assistance. You have fallen on hard times. I think it's fine if you need to get government assistance for a time. But I think there should be a limit to how much government assistance a person receives, especially if that person is an able-bodied adult. I've seen so many people abuse this system. If you are an able-bodied adult, the government is not the one who is responsible for you. You are the one who is responsible.
People who get food stamps are able-bodied adults. I'm just saying.
For yourself. It is up to you to take
How
care
about
of
get that
yourself.
baby in the background,
now, if
baby?
you need food stamps or you need government assistance for a time, maybe you fell on hard times, maybe you got laid off through no fault of your own, and you need government assistance for a time, that's fine. But it's a problem when you try to live on government assistance and make it a lifestyle. I shouldn't have to pay for an able-bodied adult. You should be able to get up, go to work, and pay for your...
Single mother of 4 was disqualified from getting food stamps because she was caught
Wow,
selling food
yeah,
stamps. Now she's facing a felony and she don't know how she's going to feed her children. Let me explain. This single mother of 4 was the neighborhood babysitter. She would babysit kids around the neighborhood.
Somebody
and
told
she
on
would
her
do
ass.
people hair in the neighborhood. That's how she would get a little extra money to support her children. Some of the children she would babysit in the neighborhood, she had a really good relationship with the parents. So she would sell them food stamps at the beginning of the month. She would charge them half of what their groceries cost. For example, if their groceries cost $400, she would pay for it with her food stamp card and they would give her $200 in cash. One day, one of the kids got hurt very bad at her house that she was babysitting. The kid had a very big cut on the leg. The mother was pissed. The mother accused the babysitter of not really watching the kids. The mother took her child from the babysitter house and never brought her child back. The mother that took her child from the babysitter house was one of the main people that would buy food stamps from her at the beginning of the month. The following month, after she took her child away from the babysitter house, she called her at the beginning of the month to still buy food stamps as she usually do. The babysitter didn't like her anymore, so the babysitter said she wasn't selling her no more food stamps. The woman got very angry and reported her. She had all kind of receipts, text messages, everything. She didn't just report her and say she was selling food stamps. She also went to law enforcement and said she's running an illegal business in her home. When the lady told she was selling food stamps, she was under investigation. They found out she was selling food stamps and they disqualified her. This woman have 4 children by 3 different men. 2 of them is in prison. She don't have much support from the baby fathers. Her only means of income was babysitting, doing people hair, and selling food stamps at the beginning of the month. Now she's even forced to try and get a license to.
And I'm sorry, especially when it comes to things like food stamps. Okay, so let's say that the dream case that Republicans have in their minds of some lazy parent who refuses to work is true. But that parent has children. You're really gonna take food stamps away from that family over your discomfort with a parent who refuses to work? Why should the children suffer the consequences of that? And when we consider how much money we waste every single year on corporate subsidies, the Defense Department, I mean, there's waste all around. But there's never any discussion about cutting defense spending, ever, ever. Year after year, they consistently increase defense spending. But when it comes to feeding our own children, when it comes to taking care of our fellow Americans, the so-called populist Republicans want to do away with it. I mean, it's just so incredibly gross.
So my thoughts about them cutting food stamps. So I feel like, and I'm just gonna say it, the USA are basically some bullies, because at the end of the day, these food prices for anything are around $5 to $6. And if you are a person that was used to relying on food stamps, you're gonna have a harsh reality that food is expensive, especially when you have like 4 or 5 kids. One child, okay, myself, like I don't have any children, it's just myself. I buy food or whatever. But I'm just saying, for the people that have like 5 and 6 kids, your bill is looking like $700. And who really got $700 to spend on food when this whole entire time, the only way you were getting your food supply was through food stamps? So God bless anybody out there, but I just feel like this world, especially the USA, is just messed up. Hopping in right quick, just want to make a quick little message for today. So today's message is all about food stamps, how they are changing the requirements for food stamps. They basically want people to work, I think it's 20 hours to 80 hours in a month. So basically like a part-time job. Say like if you got a job at Target or something, you working part-time, then you'll be eligible for your benefits. But I don't work for
I gotta
the
jump
building, but I'm
in. I
just
gotta
saying
jump in.
that's
I
what
gotta
they're trying
jump in. I gotta jump in. It's kind of been that way for food stamps. I mean, literally anybody can get food stamps. The problem that let's people food stamps that the people food stamps that they're cutting are the people who are getting a lot of them and they're selling them. That's what they're doing. They're looking at the people working under the books. Those are the people, okay? You can be a working person. Just like she said, you can work more than 20 hours a week. You can have one child in your case or no child. And you can still get some food stamps for the month, okay? You will still get help to eat. That's something that, depending on the state that you're in, okay? Also, this has always been a rule of like the $80 or the 80 hours a month thing and stuff like that. That's not nothing new. I think that the people who have been on it and just sitting on it and kind of, working the system are the ones that got a problem with it.
to make the rule. But what about the people that don't work at all? I guess they just excluded off the list altogether. And I feel like it's really effed up because I went outside just now and it's a cold front. It is cold. Back to school. I know people done had cookouts with their stamps. So I just feel like this world is going straight to HELL. Like taking someone's benefits, especially small kids, that's a lot to deal with. And then on top of it,
nobody owes you anything. This is the problem right here. Nobody owes it to you. This is what I told y'all. This is what the Republicans is about. You're gonna have these kids. You need to know how to take care of them or figure it out. You need to take care of your health. Or you need to pay if you're going to go in here. If you got a healthcare situation, you go in there, you pay for whatever you got to get done to get your checkups or whatever. This is the mindset of the Republican. Y'all didn't know this? The immigrants got y'all so mad. The whole immigration thing got y'all so mad that y'all wanted to vote Republican, not even knowing what y'all was voting for. And let me tell y'all something. Everybody wanted this. You want to tell the truth? Like, everybody wanted this. Everybody wanted y'all to get cut off your food stamps. Everybody wants to see y'all suffer. That's just the reality of this world. They want all of y'all who voted for Trump, not just voted for Trump, but low key, like everybody subconsciously want to see everybody in the food stamps suffer, everybody in these nice houses suffer, and these mansions suffer. You got a lot of people who just want to see everybody suffer. And they've manifested exactly what they wanted.
Benefits are not going to be available no more.
If you get any type of food assistance, just know that your work requirements are going to go up. Guess why? The debt ceiling that they were just arguing about in Congress, somehow they allowed the Republican to be able to slither his agenda in the legislation, which affects you if you get food stamps. Why does it bother me so much? It bothers me because I used to get food stamps. And I remember as soon as those work requirements changed, guess what? I would work more, and guess what they would do? They would take my food stamps away. And guess what? It would put me further in a hole than I already was. And so essentially, the more you work.
What's embarrassing is the fact that y'all getting motherfucking the app and talking about y'all food stamps. That's the embarrassing part. Like, y'all really sitting here having a whole discussion and conversation as if you are owed this. And this goes back again to what I be saying about the black male is the destruction of black civilization. He is. That one sitting over here looking at you with his lips tight, he's the problem.
The less food stamps you get. The problem is we didn't make enough money to become self-sufficient. That's why we needed the food stamps in the first damn place. Excuse my language. I'm in my feelings about it. And if the reason why the people are receiving benefits, government assistance, subsidies, housing subsidies, they have to be on Medicaid and Medicaid.
Nature is taking back all that was once hers.
Oh my
We were
goodness.
the virus. Permanent payback.
And get food stamps is because of them. Why? Because they're not paying people enough. People are going to work 40 hours a week and they're still not making enough money. Receive any type of government assistance or subsidies like that. When they send you that paper to renew your benefits, they send you a voter registration form. In that packet, make sure you fill out that voter registration form. Everybody who receives government assistance should absolutely be voting. Everybody. Because what do? When they get to do what they want to do, they just bring you around. They don't even care what they do. They just tossing you around like an old dirty rag. You understand me? Right now, y'all need to pay attention and y'all need to make sure you guys are registered to vote and you need to make sure you're voting. Because at the end of the day, people don't want to be on welfare just to be on welfare. People are forced to be on welfare because they're not making enough money to become self-sufficient. The way that they got the system set up right now is just like a revolving door, like a cycle of poverty. They talk about they want you to get off of welfare and food stamps and be become self-sufficient, but the legislation and the policies is not set up for it to happen that way. And start voting for people who's going to have your back and who's going to support you, and stop just voting for people just because people are telling you to. I don't care what color they are. Don't be just voting for people because they're black. Don't be just voting for people because they're a Democrat. Vote for people who will work hard for you and who will fight for you and help in the areas that you need help in. No way that if you are receiving any type of government subsidy that you should not be involved in politics. You should be immersed in politics because it affects your life.
42 million Americans are on food stamps, aka the SNAP program. Put in mind, there are 331 million Americans in the country. This is very alarming, and this is not the sign of a healthy economy. More and more people are becoming dependent on the government, and as the inflation rips and food prices go up, more and more people are, relying on these benefits. Unfortunately, the federal government is cutting the extra benefits on the SNAP program starting in March. So 32 states will be ending the extra amount of money, which a lot of people have grown accustomed to, spending. So people are gonna have a lot less money to buy the food to support their family. And a lot of people, this isn't for the unemployed, a lot of people are getting paid very low wages and they're using this to subsidize their existence right now.
I mean, here's my fucking point. Why is he over there with a smile on his face? He's sitting over there with a smile on his face. And this is where they're dumb. See, they think that, why do not black males live off of women with food stamps and all of that stuff and the projects and stuff? Do they not live off of them? Right? Do they not live off of whatever a woman gets, really? So he's so dumb. He does not realize how much this is going to affect him. He does not see what he has not ever built for his own fucking community. He does not see his flaws. He is a problem. He is a narcissist. He is a psychopath. Look at him. He is a psychopath. He is a narcissist. He is psychotic. And he's sitting over there laughing at you. Because this is funny to him. Even Bradley is like, hey guys, this is going to get cut off, because he understands that the women in his family or the people in his family is going to be affected by this.
But the numbers are exploding on people relying on government programs, and it's increasing by the day. And it's just not the sign of a healthy economy.
Hey, it's Joe from Georgia. So the government now, in saying the government, I'm going to say Donald Trump and his administration that's coming in, along with his civilians,
Definitely
Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, they're looking at where they can cut the budget. In one place, goes to talk to another post, it was Social Security. Well, let's talk about the veterans benefits, especially veterans disability benefits. They basically want to say that some of these veterans who have benefits didn't deserve them. Well, I can tell you what, personally in my family, my son is a disabled veteran. He was in an IED explosion in Afghanistan. It took away years of his life. And yes, he did get a veteran's disability.
I hate him on my screen.
But now they want to call those benefits,
I ain't got nowhere else to find a good video.
generous. So how much money do you put on the price of someone's arm, leg, their mind, whatever it is? Well, these folks think they're just going to come in and they're going to cut those things out. Did you know how many veterans can't even function if they didn't have the finances to do it so? If someone lost their leg, just to get out of bed, they need assistance. Those type things. So now we've got them looking at where to cut, and one of the first places you look at are the people who served our country. Well, folks, that's what's going to happen. And for those folks who supported Donald Trump, you voted for veterans disability benefits to be taken away from them. And when you look at what they're wanting to take away from, it doesn't even come close to the budget that they need to balance. So we're going to go ahead, once again, going to hit the Social Security, and then they're going to hit the next group of people who's going to be our veterans. Anyone who has served in the military, they've been injured in the service of their country, they have to be compensated. This administration coming up, they don't want to do that. Remember, Donald Trump is the one who said that veterans, basically, especially ones, suckers and losers, and what it was in for them. Well, now we're fixing to find out. So all the folks need to understand, when these veterans don't have a place to live, they don't have money for food and all that, it's because of who you voted for. So folks, we've got to make a lot of noise.
I knew this was coming, bro. I knew it. I felt it when I saw that number. And they voted with Kamala. I said, man, y'all gonna regret it. I was in my bed about to roll back over to sleep. I said, man, y'all about to regret this shit, bro.
Disability benefits and take their livelihoods away from them.
Hey, welcome back, folks. I just hope that you're fine. Now, I did
fucking African
look at some implications that could come with the government trying to cut down the food stamps because people.
What the fuck do this African know? What, like, nigga, you African. What the fuck do you know? Why are you even talking? Shut the fuck up. God damn, that shit irritated me. Hold on. It says 1 year ago. Oh gosh, this is some other shit. Yeah, it's saying 2 months ago. Saying, okay, yeah, ABK credit was stolen. Look, I'm not going down this rabbit hole. Do this. I ain't doing it. I'm not going. Give myself another 15 minutes on here. The point that I'm making as a whole is this right here. Let's get back to it. I could talk a hole in your head about this shit. But that is the ultimate reality. And there's the reality that this was going on even in slavery. And that black culture is a slave culture, no matter how you slice that pie. And it's still the black woman using her intelligence to get away from him by way of divestment. But even that needs strategy. Because you're still dealing with a culture that comes from a slave culture. And then it goes on and on and on from there. Anyway, I'm not doing 15. I had a good time presenting this show. I had a good time actually sitting down and showing that interview. That was really good to listen to and analyze that. I had a good time in general. I'm going to call it a day. Okay? I'm going to call it an early day. I done blew my nose and shit. I guess I got to turn my heat back up just a little bit more, right? I'm trying to, maybe I'll put it at like 78, because I be putting it at like 72, 74, 70. I need to probably go at 78 instead of 80. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that'll help it. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I'm about to go bundle up under this blanket after I take a shower. Yeah, man. Thank you all for tuning in. I'm out of here.